One of your points and one of mine have met.
Vice Chair, can you hear us?
Vice Chairman, can you hear us? Good afternoon. Go ahead and call the Thursday, February 12th, 2026 agenda session of the Cumberland County Board of Commissioners to order. I'd like to welcome everyone here. Before we have the invocation, just want to, we've all done it, but want to congratulate Commissioner Tyson and his family. Glenn's already clapping over there. But on the birth of their daughter, Darby, and we're so excited for you, and I know you have a lot of love from across the community and prayers across the community for you and your family, and we're so happy for you. So now we can clap, Commissioner. Trying to cut me off. You know, and it's not a new birth, but we also have the youngest member of our commission is getting a year older tomorrow. So I want to wish Commissioner Patel happy birthday as well. And at this time, we'll go ahead and ask for the invocation and pledge, and I'll call on Commissioner Fairclough.
Stand, please. Father, once again, we come to do the business of our county. We ask your blessings on these proceedings. We ask that we make the decisions that would be acceptable in your sight and in the sight of those that we represent. In Christ's name, amen. You want me to pledge allegiance, please? I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And before we start presentations, I'll go ahead and call on Commissioner Tyson for a point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to thank each and every one of you who have reached out, who have called, who have sent items, who have come by to visit my wife and I in the hospital as we navigated the early arrival of our daughter. She is doing well. She's in stable but critical condition. So we're every day is a win, every hour is a win. But I just wanted to say thank you to each and every one of you, especially you, Mr. Chairman. I know you've come by and visited with us, and I just want to tell you how much we appreciate that, appreciate your friendship. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Again, Commissioner Tyson, we congratulate you, and you and your family continue to be in our prayers. And we know that Darby is a fighter just like her parents. We'll go ahead and move to presentations at this time, and we'll start with item A. Joint 911 Operations Center Community and Public Safety Improvement Input survey results. Whew, that's a mouthful.
Yes, Diane Rice, Communications Director, will present this item, answer any questions you may have regarding the survey regarding the Joint 911 Center. Diane.
Sorry, hold please. I'll go ahead and start. I'll dive in while we're trying to figure out how you guys can see the beautiful presentation that Claudia made for us. At the request of the board, our Public Information Office gathered community and public safety input on the proposed 911 Joint Operations Center. We launched those surveys on January 6th and closed them at 5 p.m. on January 25th. The two surveys, we had one that was public-facing, so we gathered data from our community on exactly what they thought they'd like to see in a joint center and kind of their input and their experiences. The second was targeted to public safety personnel, specifically those who rely on those 911 operation systems in their everyday work. Thank you so much. Wait, now what? How do you? Yes. Overall, there were some themes that we noticed throughout the survey, so I've tried to just kind of synopsize those results for you guys. Themes that emerge from both surveys are that there's agreement on the importance of an efficient and coordinated 911 system. Support for a joint center is conditional and not absolute. Some of the things that folks shared that they felt it hinged upon is clear governance and leadership structure, protection of service quality and response times, and workforce stability, staffing, and training. Here are some of the results from our community input survey. We had 348 responses, which is pretty great for surveys, especially something that's as targeted and focused as this. There was a strong majority who viewed an efficient and unified 911 system was critically important. Several folks shared that while they believe a joint center could improve coordination and response, that they felt like their confidence was divided due to governance concerns. Written responses were pretty polarized, with one group urging leaders to, quote, get it done, and others expressing strong opposition rooted in some fear of declining service. I tried to just take snapshots of these. Any of the questions that had written responses, there were 300 and plus in some of them, so I tried to just kind of gather themes, but of course, if you'd like to see the full notes, I'm happy to send those to you. On this question, where we asked how important a unified system is, there was strong consensus that an efficient and unified system is essential, with over 75% responding that it's very important. When we asked people about confidence, nearly 2/3 expressed confidence that a shared 911 operations center would improve response times and coordination. When we asked about concerns, the most frequently cited concern was coordination. And then some of our written responses repeatedly emphasized uncertainty about governance, leadership authority, and political conflict between jurisdictions. When we asked about which of the benefits of a joint system mattered most to those taking the survey, they most frequently selected improved coordination between dispatch and field units, followed by enhanced information sharing and consistent training and operational standards. Cost savings and embedded mental health response were identified as meaningful benefits, but weren't toward the top. People would like to receive updates. I could dive more into this, but these numbers speak for themselves. They'd like to know more and kind of what the process is going to look like along the way. When we asked how satisfied people are with their current emergency response services, most reported being satisfied. When we asked about whether or not they felt adequately informed about the potential joint center, almost half reported that they did not feel adequately informed, with some written responses diving into frustration with prolonged disagreements between the city and county, some strong opinions about governance and leadership, concerns about employee impact, and a desire for decisions to focus on service quality. And we talked a lot last time about zip code. The majority lived in zip code 28348, which is the Hope Mills area. Second place went to the Southwest Fayetteville area, third to the Northwest Fayetteville area, and in fourth place was kind of the Southwest County border to the city. And then I'm going to go into our public safety survey. There were 73 responses on this survey. We sent it out via email to various public safety leaders, as well as our emergency management team sent it through Everbridge directly to our public safety partners. The overall themes on that one were pretty similar to the other. Folks felt like improvements are needed in emergency communications. A unified center is important, and they really focused on staffing, training, consistency, technology, and coordination. There was kind of a broad cross-section of those who took this survey in the public safety role, with telecommunicators representing the largest group of respondents. When asked how they feel their organization's operations support their response needs, most indicated that they felt current operations support their response needs well. When asked how often or how frequently they respond to mental health calls, the majority reported responding to mental health or behavioral health calls daily. When asked if greater integration of mental health would improve outcomes for behavioral and mental health-related calls, more than half indicated that greater integration could be beneficial, while some expressed uncertainty. A smaller percentage did not see added benefit. When asked which governance structure they prefer, the responses showed kind of a near even split between a joint board with equal representation and a county-led model with advisory input. Fewer responded supporting a city-led model, and even fewer supported other. When asked which elements they felt would make a positive difference, the most frequently selected were staffing and training parity, followed by tech upgrades, workflow integration across agencies, and interoperability of radio and CAD systems. When asked what concerns they might have about a joint center, the most common concern was governance and decision-making authority. When asked what support would improve call handling and response coordination, most frequently identified additional staffing as the support most needed, with tech upgrades, training, and government improvements also selected, but at lower rates. We asked about confidence in a consolidated center meeting operational needs, and the majority reported that they feel very or somewhat confident that a joint center would enhance emergency services. We asked people to rank their primary concern if they felt it was applicable. Service quality and response times were the top concerns, followed by loss of jurisdictional control, tech integration, and cost or budget implications coming in last. We asked if folks felt this would improve response times, a joint center, and most believed that response times would improve or remain unchanged. We asked people to select what they felt were the most important factors to consider, and they selected service continuity, employee retention, and community impact as the most critical transition factors, with tech integration coming in fourth. We asked about, from the public safety perspective, how important they felt public input was, and the responses were kind of mixed, with some feeling that community input is important and some saying it's only slightly important. And lastly, we just asked that people give us written suggestions to improve 911 services, and those responses emphasized a need for standardized training and protocols, investing in staff and employee wellness, reduction in political influence in the decision-making, and including frontline personnel in the planning processes. Opinions on consolidation itself were pretty varied. That's all.
County Manager, anything to add before I open it up to commissioners?
Nothing to add, Chairman.
Commissioners, questions or comments on the presentation? Commissioner Tyson, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to thank our PIO department for putting this together and for presenting us with such a thorough presentation. Really appreciate that. And I think this is some good information. You know, this board has been focused on finding a way through consolidation, and I know that's something that we've worked hard on, Mr. Chairman, and it was good to see that, you know, out of all these metrics that the service, the quality time, the savings to the taxpayer, those were the top issues. But also, one of the things that I saw that really kind of gave us a lot of direction, I feel like, was that on the model, the joint governance board was preferred equally with the county running the center. The city-led response was nearly half of both of those in those categories. So I think we've got some good feedback from our constituents on what they want, and it's just a matter of charting the course forward and working with our partners of all of our municipalities to figure out how to get this done, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Tyson. Commissioners, any other comments? Commissioner Patel, you recognize.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a quick question. Will this be shared, the results, with our city partners?
I'll have to ask my question. Any additional comments or questions, Commissioners? Hearing none. Ms. Rice, thank you so much for this. I think that takes care of this agenda item. Thank you. We'll go ahead and move to, actually, Commissioners, if you have not signed into your agenda so you can vote, please do that. And Vice Chairwoman should be able to do it once she comes back online, and she'll get signed in as well. All right, we'll go ahead and move to item B, HMA co-responder mobile crisis model options.
Yes, I'll turn this over to Assistant County Manager Heather Skeens to discuss and answer any questions you have, and also introduce the members of Alliance that will be actually presenting this information. Heather?
Yeah, it's put in the meeting. Good afternoon. We are going to try to find the presentation here, but you do have the attached executive summary as part of the agenda cover that was uploaded. So you may remember back in January, the board voted to use some of our fund balance with Alliance to look at a co-responder model across the country to look at best practice and then to make some recommendations. So Sean Scriber is here from Alliance to introduce our HMA partners who completed this research.
Thank you, Deputy Manager Skeen. And this is Sean Schreiber, Chief Operating Officer at Alliance. And as filed to request, Moira Muir from HMA is here to present an executive summary of her findings. There will be a complete and comprehensive set of findings delivered to the board. It should be wrapped up at the end of this month. It will include details on all the models they looked at and the research they did. Moira is particularly well suited for this exercise and assignment. As a principal at HMA, a nationwide consulting firm in human service space, she has extensive expertise in developing strategic plans, planning and implementing crisis systems, including leading a statewide design. So with that, I'll turn over to Moira to walk through the presentation she's provided for today. Thank you.
Thanks, Sean, and thank you all for having me. My name is Moira Muir. I'm a licensed mental health counselor by training, and as Sean said, I've been working in behavioral health for well over 35 years, specifically in the crisis space. And I've probably spent half my career on the provider side, managing and implementing crisis services. Half my side on the provider side, on the payer side, managing for Medicaid managed care statewide crisis services. And since I've been at HMA for almost 7 years, I've been thrilled to help states implement, expand a variety of crisis services. So really happy to be with you today. Sean, I was under the impression the conference room would be sharing the slides, but I'm happy to share. Oh, there you go. Okay. So I'm going to assume, unless folks say otherwise, I should just walk through each slide, or do folks want to start with questions? I just want to be mindful of the time we have allotted for this.
No, if you'll go ahead and move through the slides and just be mindful of the time as far as your presentation, and then we'll open it up for the questions for the commissioners at the end.
Sure will. I'm a fast talker as a former crisis clinician myself, so please just, interrupt and ask at any point in time. So that you can go right ahead and advance the slides. Okay, so the scope of work, as you will see, it was described by Sean, to really take a look at best practices around mobile crisis response models. And I'm not going to read through each bullet because I really want to focus on a few key slides, but we did a scan of best practices for community-based mobile response. You can go to the next slide. So this was the methodology and approach. As you see on the left side, the best practice models are typically a multidisciplinary mobile crisis team, scope co-responder models with law enforcement, and co-responder models without law enforcement. Today, with the brief presentation, we'll be focusing on the recommended model, which is co-responder with law enforcement. We have some states we highlighted, and in the full presentation at a later date, you'll see in other models some of those states are included. And then finally, we added some considerations for implementation for the co-responder with law enforcement model. Next slide. You can go to the next slide. All right, so this was really the driving force for ultimately the recommendation to consider a co-responder model with CIT trained law enforcement. It was just so unique, and in my experience in researching states and counties, that the majority of this military presence in your county was remarkable. I won't go through each bullet point here, but that was really the foundation for the thinking of the recommended model, to really think about a model that included CIT trained law enforcement with a behavioral health clinician. I can't remember if I included the slide on this, but there are certain statistics with military presence in high rates of suicide and suicide attempts, including guns. So it's really an effort to be keenly aware of the risk. We can go to the next slide. So this is just grounding, for folks unfamiliar with the crisis space, SAMHSA is really the driving force around best practice, and so much has evolved over the past, I would say 5 or 6 years in crisis. I've been doing crisis for decades, and it really hasn't been standardized. I say you can go to any state and get outpatient therapy, it's going to look the same. If you go to any state and any county within a state and you need crisis service, it's going to look probably different. So much has happened to really standardize the model nationwide. And this is really steeped in these 3 pillars: someone to talk to, which is 988, crisis lines, Bureau 1 lines, someone to respond, which is what we're focusing on today, mobile crisis, co-response models, and a place to go, which is crisis stabilization centers or behavioral health urgent care. So that's sort of the foundation of a crisis continuum. And then we can go to the next slide. A quick shout out to some states that are really highlighted nationally for co-responder CIT programs. You see California, Texas, and Kansas. You have this information I won't read through, but some states are really trailblazers in expanding this model. And a particular shout out to California here. They have a mental evaluation team specialized in Los Angeles, pairing a sheriff with a licensed mental health clinician from DMH, really focused on First Veterans mental evaluation team in 2018, which is, I really wanted to highlight that. I have not seen that in many states at all, so really focused on a specialty team for veterans. You can go to the next slide. And if I'm going too fast, please tell me. So we saw the high level best practice in terms of the 3 pillars. Want to sort of zoom in on North Carolina as the state and what your state has for the 3 pillars. So I wanted to talk, of course, you have 988 as every state does. You also have a peer line, someone to respond, mobile crisis management, and a variety of co-responder models, and a place to go with facility-based crisis and behavioral health urgent care. And the next slide is we're going to closer dive into your county. Was someone about to say something? So in Cumberland County, there's 988 in North Carolina Pier 1 line. You have mobile crisis management, there's the provider, therapeutic alternatives, and you have one CIT program, Fayetteville Police Department. However, this is not paired with a behavioral health clinician. I want to just point out that CIT is a wonderful best practice model. The CIT alone is the training of law enforcement. A co-responder model is law enforcement with a behavioral health clinician. So just want to call that out, that Fayetteville, while it's a wonderful CIT program, that's not paired with behavioral clinician. So that's clear there. And a place to go, you have facility-based crisis and DH care. We can go to the next. All right, so of course, we always look at when we do an assessment of needs, the community health needs, and just high level here that at the county level, looks like a behavioral health and substance use needs is called out here with a higher percentage of individuals identified with mental health and alcohol and drug addiction. We can go to the next. All right, so here's sort of a presentation of the problem statement, if you will. You have the community need showing mental health and substance use as an area of urgent need. Co-responder programs, while the one acclaimed CIT program provides specialized law enforcement response, it's not a co-responder model that pairs a clinician with an officer. And then mobile crisis, just wanted to give a nod. We didn't do a deep dive into mobile crisis, but it appears to be underutilized, and that's unclear if it's due to limitations in the service or network adequacy. And then finally, as a result, a critical system gap in public safety and behavioral health emergency response due to overextended resources and geographic inequity. And now I'll start to slow down. We'll go to the next slide. So here we're doing a deeper dive into the recommended model. Again, just a reminder, we did look at other models that will be part of the fuller final presentation, but for today we're just going to focus on the recommended model, which is co-responder with CIT trained law enforcement. Next slide. All right, so let me slow down here for this, and I apologize if this is a repeat or not new information for folks, but a co-responder with law enforcement pairs law enforcement with the behavioral health specialist. Responds jointly to 911 calls involving mental health, substance use, or homelessness. The goal of this model is to improve safety, is diversion to redirect individuals from the judicial system, and to de-escalate, to equip first responders to safely resolve all those situations, and to reduce the stigma around mental health and foster stronger community partnerships. The team is typically includes a crisis-trained police officer and a master's level clinician. And there are a variety of approaches. You can see here there's a ride-along when the clinician rides in the car with law enforcement, secondary response when law enforcement secures the scene and then calls a separate clinician on site, and then remote or virtual where the officers consult with the clinician via telehealth. It is recognized nationally as having proven benefits and outcomes. Jurisdictions that have deployed co-responder teams report reductions in use of force, arrests, hospitalizations, and ED visits, and officer time on the scenes. There's an example here of a highlight of Colorado's teams avoided arrests in 98% of over 25,000 calls in a single year. Next slide. So again, just wanted to make sure we draw attention to the distinction between the co-responder model versus CIT. They're two different things. A co-responder model is a deployment strategy where law enforcement officer and behavioral health clinician respond together. CIT is crisis intervention team trained law enforcement officers who have a 1 week, 40-hour training for how to respond to individuals with behavioral health and substance use conditions. It's generally recognized down below here in bold that CIT is the gold standard practice for co-responder models with law enforcement, provides the bridge between the traditionally disparate worlds of law enforcement and behavioral health. So again, we're recommending the co-responder model with CIT trained law enforcement. Next. Proven economic impact and savings. Upfront costs can be significant, although the cost avoidance is pretty clear here. Each co-responder is estimated to save the community roughly $350,000 per year, by diverting individuals from expensive ED visits to jail bookings. Diversion savings, a single diversion from incarceration can save the criminal justice system approximately $15,000, while a single ED room visit is around $1,000 to $2,000. Next slide. Again, proven evidence and outcomes. I'm not going to read through each bullet, but really like in Memphis, CIT resulted in 80% reduction in officer injuries during mental health, associated with improved officer attitudes, but well-researched and proven positive outcomes and benefits. Next slide. Okay, so again, back into the slide up front with really being grounded in your unique demographics of 60% of the population being in the military in some form or fashion, whether that be active or family members or veterans. A co-responder model is highly suggested and increasingly implemented strategy for crisis response involving military personnel. I do want to spend some time walking through this. A co-responder model is recommended for high acuity calls where there is a risk of violence, a known weapon, or the individual is in public space where safety must be secured. The lethal means safety, this is the stat I was naming up front, that firearms account for approximately 60% of suicides among military service members and almost 74% among military veterans. Co-responder models provide a safe way for law enforcement to secure a scene while clinicians conduct immediate safety planning. And here's the sub-bullet here, which is pretty startling. The rate of suicide among veterans is 1.5 times higher than that of non-veterans, and female veterans is particularly high risk of suicide, rates 92% higher, nearly double than those of non-veterans. And then below here, the VMET team in Los Angeles that we noted, there are some specialized teams that really address the unique trauma and needs of veterans. We can go to the next slide. Okay, quick high-level overview. Obviously, CIT requires some training. It's not a huge lift time-wise. It's a 40-hour-a-week training. There are resources. I understand that there may be some local CIT trainers in the county, but there are a variety of ways to approach how to get training done, and the slide deck shows some examples of trainers. We can go to the next. The program costs, really, obviously, the clinician costs. Salaries nationally, you're going to see anywhere from $75,000 to $85,000. On the right, you'll see some training costs, but again, most counties find ways to get free training, whether it be NAMI or MCOs, what have you. But it's typically the staff costs, the clinician costs. The training costs for law enforcement, again, the training is typically covered by some other source, but it's the backfill and the overtime, so that's the cost for the training. You got to obviously pay law enforcement to participate and then backfill their time. And we can go to the next slide. So I want to spend a little bit of time here because it sounds daunting when you think about, oh gosh, hiring a clinician. There are many ways to do this efficiently and cost effectively, and it's a shared clinician model. So, you could take a look at 2, 3, even several police departments that pool resources together to hire 1 or 1.5 FTE of a clinician, and they share that clinician across municipalities. And there's some examples, just one of many below, that in Massachusetts, where I am, there's a shared model, as it's in Vermont and California. But there's a way to start slowly, and there's a way to really be mindful of the need across, there could be low volume counties or towns with behavioral health related calls. So there's really a way to make this efficient and cost effective by sharing a clinician across multiple municipalities. We can go to the next slide. Okay, so the final slide, and I'm keeping us that time here. You can go to the next slide. So apologize for the small font, but just want to recap here on the left. We sort of have, the current state as we review the community needs assessment noted the urgent need for mental health and substance use disorder services. Also, the active duty personnel, veterans and their families account for 60% of the population. The co-responder model, you have a wonderful CIT program in Fayetteville. It is not a co-responder model that pairs law enforcement with clinician. So on the right, we have the recommendations. A co-responder model is highly suggested strategy for military personnel and veterans, and that's why we landed there. And the co-responder CIT program recommendations, and let me slow down here a little bit, expand co-responder CIT programs to all cities and towns in the county with the goal of a minimum of 15 to 25% of all officers being CIT certified. So there is a recommendation for a minimum, a threshold of approximately 15 to 25%. So again, when we said it could be daunting, you can do this slowly and have just a percentage of officers trained in CIT. Conduct a countywide stakeholder engagement with law enforcement, behavioral health organizations, and NAMI to ensure buy-in and support collective implementation for co-responder CIT model countywide. Obviously, with any new initiative, any new change, you want to involve the key stakeholders. And then consider a phased implementation until funding sources can be secured with the model for initial launch that shares a clinician resources across cities and towns. That clinician would be available via phone, just telehealth, tablet. And to do that, I think a next step, if the county proceeded with this, is to analyze the dispatch and 911 call data for volume of behavioral health related calls to inform the clinician resource need by towns. There are common codes used for dispatch that signify it's a behavioral health related call, and that will give you that information around utilization and need. Consider implementing a VMIT team in areas with high military and veteran population. And finally, explore funding sources, including municipal and county general funds, as well as supplemental and state and federal grant funding to support co-responder CIT expansion. With that, I think we covered all the slides. I hope it didn't take up too much time, but certainly want to allow some Q&A here.
Thank you, Assistant County Manager Skeens. Anything to add before we move to questions?
No, this is a presentation for discussion only.
Commissioners, questions, comments? Commissioner Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this is some very, very good information that y'all compiled, and I want to thank you for putting this presentation together. I think this is a great way for us to kind of have this conversation about emergency response and how that works. One question that I would have is, as we begin to have these discussions with our partners in law enforcement, I know one of the big questions coming from them is probably going to be, where does this fit kind of in their incident command structure, and where would you propose that would fit? And so, having like a proposed organizational chart for that's kind of incident specific, I think could be very helpful in kind of visualizing for them kind of how this would embed in their response. And then one follow-up question, if I may, Mr. Chairman, and this is really for our attorney. We know, with city governments, their structure of police is different than with county. The sheriff is a constitutional officer who's empowered with constitutional authorities and duties. So this isn't something we could do without, obviously, his approval. Is that correct? Or kind of walk us through what his authority is by statute and kind of how that's different than a police structure, Mr. Attorney.
Well, I mean, there is a police function in the sheriff's office, and these are all programs that would be typically incorporated in police programs, but certainly the sheriff should be a participant in the discussion on how we finalize these. But we have done stuff like this with the sheriff. There's stuff like this already in place in the sheriff's office. Not exactly this stuff, but it has always been a collaborative effort.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioners, any other questions or comments on this?
I have a question.
Vice Chairman Jones, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for the excellent presentation. My question is in regards to the co-responder CIT programs that you all are recommending. When you were stating that no doubt we can work across the counties with this, I guess I would state since we'd probably start off with just a certain amount and then maybe expand it, what would you all say would be a good number of clinicians or trained police to start with something this for a starting level? No doubt it would expand, but for our community being the size that it is for Cumberland County, what would you say ballpark? I know we have to do more logistic work, would be a good number of clinicians or that of correspondents to start something off and then expand?
It's a great question. I think to come to that determination of need, you really have to take a look at the data. So, there's phenomenal dispatch data and how that's coded. So the presentation earlier said that 911 had daily calls around behavioral health. Drill down into each town, the dispatch data of calls that are related to behavioral health, and then map that out. So you see there's going to be variance. There may not, but there's likely going to be variance of high need, lower need based on utilization. And that's going to answer your question. So I can't predict that because I don't know the utilization of those calls, behavioral related calls. But that's the starting point. And then to your point of the number of law enforcement that are trained, the recommended standard is 15 to 25%. Start at one officer per police department. So you can start slow. But I think you raise an excellent point about what is it going to look like? What's the need? I think you need to get that from the call data.
And thank you so much, because that helps in itself, or where we need to starting point at by getting the data. Thank you, I appreciate that.
Vice Chairman, anything else?
That'd be all this time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioner Adams, did you have something? Commissioner Fairclough, you recognized.
Thank you. I was on the mental health board as a liaison from this board, as a voting member back when we started the CIT program here. And, I really haven't heard much about it. I guess it's still going very well, or else it's non-existent. What is the status of our crisis intervention teams now?
Sure. So we have not had a CIT trainer for some time now. We brought a request to the board to approve opioid settlement funds, but it is an option B strategy, which has to be approved through the state. So we're going through that process, and hope to then hire a CIT trainer through opioid settlement funds.
Well, I'm here to say that it's an excellent program. If we can get it going some way, we should be behind this. Thank you.
Commissioners, any other questions? Commissioner Patel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the presentation and information, so thank you for putting that together and sharing with us. I do see that, I just got a question kind of with the data. It seems like a lot of it's driven by the military, the 60% the population around the military presence, and then the communities that you've highlighted from California, Texas, I think, what was the other one? Kansas. Are those like peer communities from there that we're looking at? And when we look at the economic impact and savings, looks like, each co-responder would generate almost close to $350K in annual savings. So are those figures that represent Cumberland County, or just kind of average nationally?
It's a national average. Yep, and you can, certainly something that is easily measurable at a county level, number of diversions from an emergency department, diversions from arrest, but, those are national averages, but what is certain that is without regard to size of county or state is that it will result in a reduction of ED visits, and it will result in a reduction of incarcerations.
Mr. Chairman.
Hold on one second, Vice Chair. Let me have Commissioner Patel finish, please.
And then the second part of that, would the plan since Fort Bragg is, in our area, would the plan to include a partnership with Fort Bragg and their crisis response teams?
I mean, that's something to consider. I would suggest probably doing a deeper dive again in terms of, is the utilization and demand based on call dispatch data significantly different in that geographic area? But it's something to think about. I didn't do a deeper dive into the specific response within Fort Bragg. And the other thing to note is, obviously taking a look at the utilization data with your mobile crisis response team. They're out in the community responding to all cities and towns. So a number of ways to look at how to approach this in terms of need and demand.
And if I may, when we have a CIT trainer, the military personnel will be eligible to receive CIT training.
Wonderful.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Vice Chairman Jones, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm glad we're bringing up military because I did want to state that when it comes to military, in regards to military police, they're only going to do that on Fort Bragg, so they do not have, I know this because I've been discussing some of these concerns with veterans. When it comes to military and their police on Fort Bragg, that is only in jurisdiction which is government for Fort Bragg. But as we know, since we are, and I thank you all for that information and comparing our, in the data, making sure to include that, because as we all know, we are the largest military installation in the United States, and we have several veterans, and from talking to several of our veterans, those are some of their concerns because of the fact, no doubt, we definitely want to keep our partnership with the military, but at the end of the day, when you're retired and that of military collaboration, when you are living in Cumberland County, that's our jurisdiction, although I look forward to us making sure that, no doubt, they are a part of the bigger conversation and input, because that is only for Fort Bragg when we're talking about military, and they do not have a CIT on Fort Bragg, and that might be one of the primary reasons. Fort Bragg, as far as housing, is large, but not as large as most primarily family members live in the civilian sector, which is Cumberland County. So thank you all for making sure to include that significant, very big part of the data, of which no doubt we want to make sure we include our military, as we are the largest installation in the United States. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chairwoman. Commissioners, any other questions? A couple questions from the chair. I thought we were going to see a piece on the embedded 911. So were we not looking at best practices of that piece? Because that's kind of the first step that came back in the report that was recommended from the public safety work group. Maybe I missed it, and we were just looking at the co-responder mobile crisis model. But I thought that we were going to speak to the inside the 911 center.
Sure.
Go ahead.
So part of the review of other models included multidisciplinary team, the community-based mobile crisis, and we do touch upon recognized best practice for centralized dispatch of mobile crisis, typically through 988, not 911, but obviously recognize the important linkage between 988 and 911. The linkage around dispatching is typically around mobile crisis teams, because if you look at a co-responder model, they're already so linked with 911. Law enforcement is dispatched through 911. So there is some detail that we're going to include in again, the community-based mobile response team in central dispatch, and we highlighted some states that do that well. But it's really around the multidisciplinary model. That's one of the models we researched. The recommended model for this was the co-responder CIT. Does that answer the question?
A little bit, but I think as we looked at the stages and the steps that were recommended in our public safety document that was done by our public safety work task force that was here that did this, hopefully y'all had an opportunity to read that. The first step was embedding licensed clinicians inside 911, so there could be a warm handover to somebody that could, take the immediate need. And then the next step, the phase 2, was to look at this model that you laid out as kind of a stepping from a potential cost standpoint and phased in approach. So maybe I was off base, but I thought we'd see some of that, so.
Mr. Chairman,
If I can finish, Vice Chairwoman, please.
I just can't see you all. I'm not trying to cut you off, so let's don't be rude to each other. I can't see you, and I'm raising my hand, so I don't know if you all can see me raising my hand, Mr. Chairman.
I can see you raising your hand. I thought that was from the comment that you just made, and you hadn't lowered your hand yet.
No, it wasn't. Thank
Can you not see the screen?
No, I cannot. Thank you.
Can you see it now?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. As part of this review, did you look at the OCS model that the City of Fayetteville has in place and how this would tie into what potentially they're doing?
I looked at the CIT model. I'm not sure.
So they have an Office of Community Safety that was stood up over a year ago. And two of the pillars, one of the pillars is around mental health. It's okay.
Yep. Nope. I'm just making notes as you're speaking. I can certainly get some more detail on that.
Vice Chairman Jones, did you have something else?
Actually, yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this question is for her that is speaking in regards, because they do have their model at the city, but I'm more interested, as you stated, because that was my understanding. This model that you're already showing us, the co-responder, as you just stated, in regards to going out with the officers, I'm interested in you all digging deeper, or can you elaborate more? In other words, that is the understanding of what you presented to me, at least from the vision that I was hoping to go that direction. This model that you showed us can be implemented for a 911 center, correct? To utilize this? Is that not right? The co-responding, what we're looking at now, this can be used in 911 operations. Is that not correct?
That's correct, because the 911 would dispatch law enforcement. So yeah,
Right.
the co-responder model is very tightly linked with 911.
Okay, so perhaps I don't want to speak for them. They want more in depth, but I am very interested. I've seen the other model, which is why I asked you all to do this information. I'm more interested in these steps. I do like what you all presented on how, I guess, maybe operational, we can dig deeper into this, what you just have showed us, to have that implemented in 911. What you just showed us, and as you stated, this can be used at a 911. I personally myself, maybe that's the direction, would like more information on this of what you've showed us. How can that be embedded to see about being utilized for a 911?
Yep,
This model.
more about the linkage with 911.
Absolutely, because I do like this this navigation and coming from mental health myself, and this recommended model you all have. I've seen that other one that they're discussing with that we've looked as an option too for the city, but just personally being transparent, I wasn't really impressed with that one, which is why we had recommended you all to maybe try some other avenues of which you brought that.
Thank you, Vice Chairman. Anything else?
That'll be all. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Adams, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, as you talk about OCS, also remember the community paramedic out of the hospital too, which would probably be in conjunction with this. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I was just making sure from an awareness that we had looked at that as we looked at the Fayetteville City CIT program that is a program. Anyway, that was my point of that. Thank you, Commissioner Adams. Thank you. Any other questions, Commissioners? City County Manager direction. Are you looking for a direction? I know this is informational, but it's timely as we're looking at 911, and I know we're looking at cost and those types of things. So is there anything you're looking for from direction for us?
Not right now, probably either Monday at the next agenda session. I think we'll probably, staff is going to bring back some information regarding 911 and mental health in 911 centers too.
So we'll have some costs associated with how we could phase it out?
Yes.
Okay. Board, anything else? We'll go ahead and move Vice Chairman Jones, your hand is up. Do you have another question?
Yes, just one more thing. So with that and the information, excellent work that they've done, will the staff, because it sounds like we want a little bit more in depth with how this particular model can work with 911. I mean, I can kind of see how it can work, but just, I guess, the framework of breaking it down more, are they able to put that together? I think that might be satisfactory to the board. This co-responder going out with the officials, she's already made it pretty clear of the dynamics of how it would work, but it sounds like we're wanting a little bit more information. Is that not correct? On more of the relation of, or bringing back a little bit more of how it can build out with 911? Is that what the question, is that what we're in need of?
County Manager, go ahead.
Yes, Vice Chairwoman Jones, that's what we're going to present either, probably in the March work session.
Okay, great, because I just did want to make sure that this is one of those that will be strongly, or at least in the top two, to consider it as a great model, and especially that military component, because again, we do have several veterans in this community. Thank you, I appreciate that.
Thank you, Vice Chairman. We're going to go ahead. Thank you, Assistant County Manager Skeens, and thank you to the Alliance and team for the presentation and information. We'll go ahead and move forward to item C, Shaw Heights Neighborhood Water and Sewer Infrastructure Update. Again, this was a component of our strategic planning retreat that we had added on to our strategic plan update due to the ability that I wanted to make sure everybody heard this presentation, so I asked to move it from the strategic plan because we had some conflicts and move it to a work session. So we'll get a very high-level overview of this and get an update on where Shaw Heights is.
Yes, and I'll turn this over to Ty Vaught, Chief of Staff, to discuss and present and answer any questions you may have. Ty.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. Danny's going to put my presentation. It's my fault. I changed some things, and so I wanted to give you the latest and greatest information, so he's pulling that up as I speak. But today I'm here to provide some historical context on Shaw Heights as it relates to water and sewer. The intent is to share what we know, what we still need to confirm, and why this remains a challenging project, so that you have a solid foundation, factual foundation for planning purposes. Thank you, Danny. So what we know today is that Shaw Heights is an unincorporated island, so to speak, surrounded by the city of Fayetteville, and it has a long-standing water and sewer and septic challenges. We also know that it is not a new conversation. There has been prior planning work and the board action taken that recognized the need for this opportunity. We also know that when staff began scoping for this about 4 years ago, looking at federal recovery funding, the scope became more complicated than originally assumed. Issues surfaced surrounding utility ownership and jurisdiction, aging mains, servicing the area, and overall costs that were trending beyond what had been set aside for the project. The purpose of today is not to predict an outcome, but to align on a practical path forward, meaning what, number one, what study work needs to be done, number two, what governance approach needs to take place, and number three, what partner strategy you would want staff to bring back in the future. So where Shaw Heights sits. Shaw Heights is an unincorporated Cumberland County neighborhood that is functionally surrounded by the city of Fayetteville's city limits. So it kind of has a, quote, inside but not in condition. And the major reason that it becomes a challenge. It is the major reason it becomes a challenge. Service responsibility, rights of way, and infrastructure corridors run adjacent to or within city infrastructure patterns, even though the neighborhood is in county jurisdiction. On your screen, you'll see that this is the 2026 Neighborhood Strategy Boundary Site with Census Tract 24.01, Block Group 1. And I'm calling that out because it becomes important when we talk about the neighborhood, the profile, as well as the programs that it may be eligible for. Planning policy and prior actions. So there are a few milestones to mention. Number one, in 2008, the county led a land use plan that documented land use conditions, watershed constraints, and septic sustainability, suitability. limits. That plan matters because it shows these infrastructure constraints were known and documented some time ago. Number two, in 2020, the county completed the neighborhood revitalization strategy area work aligned with the 2020-2024 consolidated plan through community development. And the board adopted a resolution supporting the boundary and strategy. That created a defined geography for targeted investment. Third, in 2021 and 2022, staff explored an infrastructure approach under federal funding options, including the American Rescue Plan, state and local fiscal recovery funds. During that scoping, constraints were identified: utility ownership in jurisdiction, aging mains in the Murchison Road corridor, complex ownership patterns, and failing septic conditions. Ultimately, those federal recovery dollars were reallocated to other purposes, and today's question is what the board would like to have happen as the next strategic step. So the community snapshot, I want to spend a brief moment talking about the numbers on the screen. For Census Tract 24.01, using the American Community Survey 5-year estimates for 2020 through 2024, this slide shows, so the population for the area is 1,474 residents. This is down from 1,484 residents year over year. The median household income is approximately $33,365, down from $36,196 year over year. The poverty rate is about 40.2%, down from 44.2%. Unemployment rate is currently at 9.5%, which is up from year over year last year, 6.1%. And now on your screen, there are a total of 663 households and 864 housing units in this neighborhood. Those numbers matter because they tell us we are working in a high-need area where affordability impacts must be considered alongside engineering decisions. The slide also shows baseline figures from the 2020 Neighborhood Revitalization Strategy area reported with the 2013-2017 American Community Survey's baseline. And these numbers are older than the newer numbers because this was part of the report that we conducted in community development when we did our own survey. So that's why these numbers are showing 2013 through 2017. The survey baseline showed low to moderate income at 56.48% and renter-occupied housing at 82.64%. That renter concentration matters because easements, connection agreements, and the quote, who pays question play out differently depending on, of course, who owns the land, renters as opposed to landlords. Finally, the slide notes that the federal designation, like I said, Census Tract 24.01, is designated as a qualified census tract again for 2026. That designation is effective January 1st, 2026, or continued, and Cumberland County's listing includes Tract 24.01. So what makes water and sewer challenging here? Number one, jurisdiction and ownership. The neighborhood is outside city limits, but it sits next to major city corridors and the city Fayetteville Public Works Commission service areas. Any strategy or solution requires intergovernmental alignment, and we would need to verify infrastructure ownership before we can responsibly lock in a design. Number two, there are some prior preliminary negotiations that took place with Fayetteville PWC, but there were some key issues to include the projected project costs exceeding the available funding at the time, along with logistics that come with delivering infrastructure in an unincorporated enclave surrounded by the city. Number three, housing structure complicates delivery. I spoke to this a second ago. With high rental concentration and landlord ownership, we have to solve easements, connection agreements, and who bears the tap-on assessment costs while avoiding the unintended cost of possibly displacing individuals who can't afford it. Number four, aging or unknown conditions of mains serving the area. There have been internal concerns raised about older segments in the Murchison Road corridor, including segments previously identified as galvanized. We would treat that as something to verify formally, ownership, size, and remaining useful life before a final plan can be executed. And lastly, there is not a comprehensive public sewer coverage, and failing septic tanks have been reported in the area. Prior plans also documented soil and septic suitability limitations, which reinforces why this cannot be treated as simply just a connection type project. So there was a geotech done some time ago, and so of course it's been some time, but I'll speak to that a little bit. The engineering point here is that the subsurface conditions can drive costs, schedule, and construction risk. The geotechnical findings shown on the slide identify variable fill depths through 1.5 to 9 feet over dense sands. That means design has to account for variability in fill and compaction, which affects trenching and bedding assumptions. The slide also notes seasonal high groundwater observed roughly 8 to 16 feet below ground surface. That matters because groundwater influences infiltration and inflow risk, and it can affect construction methods and dewatering needs depending on the depth and alignment. The takeaway here is, in the last line, a formal feasibility and preliminary engineering phase is warranted before committing to final scope and cost. Without that, we would just be guessing. So this slide is just I threw it in here as a implementation pathway. I do want to say I'm not being presumptive. It's just recommendations or things to think about. And of course, this is not an exhaustive list. Option A is an intergovernmental partnership with Fayetteville Public Works. The benefit is leveraging an established utility operator in a regional system. The trade-off is that it does require negotiated agreement of ownership, operations, cost sharing, and schedule. Option B is a county water and sewer district. We've talked about that recently. Under North Carolina General Statute 162A, the benefit is defining a service area with assessment or fee authority and potentially improving structure for certain grants or loans. And the trade-off here is, of course, the process, which includes the notice, public hearing, defined boundaries, and deliberate policy decisions on how the cost will be assessed. And then also, one important legal constraint to say out loud is that the territory, of course, like I said before, is inside the city's corporate limits, which can generally not be included or annexed or served without the city agreeing to by resolution. And the same concept applies to extending service into city limits. Option C is a sanitary district or annexation as longer-term alternatives. Those are typically more complex and would require additional policy alignment. Just some, again, this is not an exhaustive list, but just some things to put out there. This slide is just meant to point out some pots of funding. Most funding requires readiness, a defined service area, confirmed ownership, and planning level engineering. So I pointed out the state revolving funds for clean water and drinking water infrastructure are major financing tools. These programs support water, wastewater, and water infrastructure and are administered by the federal and state levels. You have the U.S. Department of Agriculture, which of course is in the city, but because it is a part of the county, I didn't include this. These programs support water and wastewater infrastructure in eligible rural areas, often combining loan and grants, but they typically require a defined service area and a repayment approach. Of course, community development block grant funding for public facilities to improve wastewater and sewer facilities. Section 108 loan, which is leveraged on the back of CDBG funding. It basically allows you to take up to about 5 to 10 years of your allocation and use it as a loan and use that as the debt service to pay it back. The last line on this slide is the key point. Most funding streams require a clearly defined service area, asset ownership, clarity, and preliminary engineering report before we can compete successfully for those pots of money. So just some practical next steps, again, not being presumptive. If the board wants to position this for a later decision, just a sequence that in chronological order, what we could do is first confirm facts, parcel counts, owner versus renter occupancy, septic failure indicators, and verify utility asset ownership near and within Shaw Heights. 2, re-engage Fayetteville Public Works with one negotiating framework. 3, commission a feasibility and preliminary engineering study to evaluate alternatives, phasing, conceptual alignments, and defensible cost ranges. 4, evaluate governance structure, intergovernmental agreement versus a county water and sewer district versus other approaches. And 5th, build a funding stack through pre-application discussions with the relevant state and federal partners and pair with an affordability strategy so residents are not priced out by the solution. So today the ask is, or just direction, not necessarily an approval, But we're just looking, staff is looking to the board to see if there is a willingness to authorize staff to pursue a formal feasibility and preliminary engineering scope and return with a cost proposal and schedule, or provide policy direction on a preferred delivery model, whether you want staff to treat an intergovernmental agreement with the Fayetteville PWC as a primary track, and whether you also want the county to district option as a realistic, evaluate that in parallel to that conversation. Third, confirm whether the board is willing to revisit county financial participation once we have a defensible cost range and realistic funding strategy. And then lastly, confirm expectations for community engagement, landlords, tenants, and residents before a final scope decisions are made. In this slide, I just threw up here as an appendix. These are the different information pieces I pulled this presentation from. So this is just for transparency. Like I mentioned, the 2008 plan, the 2020 report, and the signed board resolution, the geotechnical report, and the county attorney's legal review when we were looking at ARPA funding, as well as the most recent American Community Survey resource and source information. And I can make all those items available to you if you would like. They are very long. It's a lot of pages. I didn't think it was prudent to print them, but I can supply them to you. And I am not an engineer, but I will do the best I can to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, County Manager Greer, anything to add before I open up for questions?
Nothing to add.
Can somebody make the screen so I can see Vice Chairman Jones, please? If you want to take the presentation down. There we go. Commissioner, go ahead and open it up for questions. Vice Chairman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to say thank you for an excellent presentation to our Chief of Staff, Ty. I do have a question in regards to, since the information that you're presenting is that of asking for staff direction, how soon, if the board is in agreement for some of these recommendations or suggestions, how soon would staff be able to discuss or talk to you in regards to PWC or get some of these things implemented? Would it be that of something you are looking to do within this month, or would you all projectively start in March is my question.
I would definitely point to the manager if he has anything to say, but I would say that it's important to rally what we have internally as stakeholders, our county engineer, our solid waste, our general manager of natural resources, rally those internal partners here to just discuss a way forward, probably like an internal committee, discuss that and then go forward from there. And I'll see if the manager has anything.
Vice Chairwoman Jones, we would probably start in March, just based on the timing of things that we have on our plate right now.
Thank you. Okay, and thank you, Manager. Just one quick follow-up. So I was just trying to get a framework to see what that would look like. So stating, if you all would internally, I'm presuming, and just for our listeners as well in our community, as Mr. Ty was stating, so internal, talking to our engineers and all that, just trying to get not a specific, but some time frames like, so would that take 30 days for internal, and then would the next step be that if to talk to PWC? Just trying to get a, like I said, I know you can't give me a specific, but just maybe an estimation of what step like 1 and 2 internal before it goes to PWC for that of our listening audience and just for myself, what to expect for stepwise.
Vice Chairwoman Jones, we would probably, staff would meet and try to bring some information, how to move forward to the board at the next agenda session in March, get some direction and get approval on a path moving forward. But again, as Chief of Staff Vaught said, that we will have to get staff together, all the key stakeholders, discuss a plan and come up with a general format that plan to move forward. I can't really tell you a detailed timeline because the Saw Heights issue is a very complex problem, and a lot of partners will have to be engaged both internally in the community and externally maybe. And so we would probably have a path forward at the agenda session that'll be approved, that need approval by the board totally, and then we can come back with a more detailed schedule probably in April. We would try to get something done in order to to have something ready for any budget implications that we may need.
And thank you. That's what I was looking at, because of course, when we're out talking to the community, I don't need, of course, specific dates, but they like to know, projection. Are you all working on this 30 days, 60 days? So April, that's what I was looking at, like, is it taking about 30, 60 days to try to get all that? So it's fair to say, I guess you could say approximately, by the time all this eternal work, we can be looking at some steps of implementation by April, because again, I'm asking for that. When I'm talking to the everyday citizen and they're asking concerns, as you stated, this has been a long-term project, complicated with Shaw Heights. It's nice to be able to say, hey, we just had a meeting. Of course, there's other action steps, but at least by April, they know that things go on, but they like to sometimes put at least a month date on it. Not a date itself, but at least some type of month that they can know from some type of expectation. So April's a good time to say, clearly we should have some more information back. Is that fair to say?
Yes, Vice Chairwoman Jones.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chairwoman. Go ahead and move to Commissioner Adams.
I just got a couple of things. One is, as you were looking at those documents, did you take into consideration DOT, which is on Shaw Road, is going to turn that and pull it around and take Shaw Road and make it connect with Shaw Mill Road. Also coming down Merkston Road, already DOT is doing eminent domain coming down Shaw Road in terms of that. So one of the things is that I think you were correct. It's a high rental area. So there's going to be some displacement, whatever we do. So we have to be ready, whether it be some gentrification or whatever. Once we drop down, whatever we drop down, there's going to be some issue with those renters that are in that area. So that needs to be taken into consideration. But I think for this board, 295 runs right past this. You come down Merkston Road. So one of the very first questions is, what are we looking at in terms of water? Not necessarily sewer. Sewer's going to be water. Sewer's going to be sewer. But are we doing it to commercial standards or the residential standards? Because of coming off 295, it could actually turn into an economic boom if you go with some commercial water lines as opposed to some residential water lines. So that's some of the things I think we need to talk about. Because it changes the cost dynamics as we do that, because the price is going to go up in terms of whether you do it with PWC or however you do it. But I don't think we want to, hopefully, give up an opportunity where we can do some economic development coming down that corridor, which is straight down 87, coming around 295, according to where I-285 comes through. I think we got to have a whole lot of discussion. So even as we talk about April, I think those are some of the discussions that we've got to have.
Commissioner Adams, anything else?
That's fine, thank you.
And I think that was the point of having this in the strategic planning, was for us to have those kind of conversations. What do we want? So understanding where the infrastructure is now, but then having a conversation on where do we want to see Shaw Heights go. To some of the points that Commissioner Adams said, that was part of the dialogue that we wanted to have at the strategic planning. So we'll try to come back and revisit that, but I'll make a couple points after I move around to the commissioners. Commissioner Tyson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, I think this is an important conversation. I know on slide 8, you had talked about kind of implementation pathways, and who we haven't heard from, and actually I'm glad she's here, is Ms. Amanda Lee. I think it would be vital to have her input on what she would recommend. I know, we've done really a hybrid between A and B in the past, like we're doing down there at South Point. So is that an option? Is that something we should consider? But I'd really appreciate, it doesn't have to necessarily be today, I don't want to put her on the spot, if we did have some feedback from Ms. Lee and kind of give us some guidance, as she's been leading the charge on a lot of our water efforts here in the county.
Anything else, Commissioner Tyson? I think I would assume, probably that's the wrong thing, that Ms. Lee would be involved in that initial internal working group, and she would probably, a lot of this, the first decision we have to make is, as back to Commissioner Adams' point, which is why I wanted to bring it to strategic planning, where do we want to go? That's the first piece, and if we begin to look at water and sewer there, we can look at the same models we're looking at across the rest of the county and integrate it into our plan, and then it's still a matter of, and we can potentially do that in parallel as we're board having a conversation about where do we want to go from what's our vision for that area? And is it to make sure the existing population has it, or we're going to modify that population based on what's happening with the roads, et cetera, et cetera? That's the conversation this board needs to have. But in parallel, the working group would then say, these are some ways from the infrastructure standpoint that we can put in there. And so I think there's kind of two things going on. But the intent of bringing this to the strategic planning was to get direction on, at one time there were talks about, neighborhood development, economic development, schools. Over the years, there's been a lot of different things. It's owned by the county, determining where the county leadership wanted to go, and then begin to look at the infrastructure. More importantly, the existing infrastructure that's there. When you have failing septic tanks, we've got to address something, but there's a lot of things to look at. So I know the county manager will have, this is really an engineering water district kind of piece. There is a community development piece of it. So I appreciate the implementation pathways, but I would toss that over into the internal working group with our engineer who's building out the rest of the infrastructure across the community. But again, I appreciate the updated information on where we need to have a discussion as a board, to Commissioner Adams' point. Commissioner Fairclough?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've noticed that the report doesn't have anything to do, doesn't mention the owners. It does mention that 82% of the residents are not owners. So I say it's not going to benefit the residents to a great degree. And as Commissioner Adams pointed out, there may be some, what'd you call it?
Gentrification.
Gentrification.
Or displacement.
Which is another word for displacement. Mm-hmm. But before we put all this data together, I would like to hear from the owners as part of the next round of information that we get on this project. Can we do that? Okay. Property owner.
Survey to the property.
Oh, okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Commissioners, other questions or comments? Vice Chairman Jones, round two. Oh, I'm sorry. Commissioner Patel.
No. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is this.
Sorry.
Since I noticed that we have a lot of different interests or information that's being put out, is it possible as the staff, as we've heard from Commissioner Glenn Adams as well as Mr. Fairclough about the concerns, initiatives of community development? No doubt I've had some concerns, and I look forward to hearing information, as I brought up before, from hearing from Amanda as well as that part. And definitely, because to be quite transparent, there's been a lot of conversation, but not a movement on this particular project of interest, of which the community is getting kind of anxious, as they should. It's been a long time waiting. With that being said, I know people keep saying we have to talk to the engineer, we have to do this, that, and another, but I would like to take it a step further if possible, and if the staff, these different ideas that have been already, we're discussing now, and let's be quite frank, have been discussed in the past as well, if maybe they can tailor a few options before February, like we know, there's an option of possibility, what a framework looks like if we went a direction of possibilities with economic development, or if we went a direction, like basically if when they're doing this research and talking to engineers, as again, I don't want to reiterate that, but this has been a long time process. So if there's a way that the staff can bring back some possible options like detail option A, B, and C, because I feel like enough input's been given, not in just today's meeting, but through the years, and certainly from what I've been hearing out in the community certainly feels that way. So when we're bringing back this information, I know we're going to discuss it before April, perhaps the direction of the staff that I would like to see is to break it down in some individual options, maybe A, B, and C already, instead of having another meeting to discuss maybe if, this, that, and another. You all understand what I'm saying? I think the community would appreciate that too. We pretty much have been hearing a lot of ideas of it can go this way, that way, or another. So perhaps 3 different plans just for a starting point with details underneath each of those plans of options could be presented to the board to consider. If I would like to see something like that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Jones. Commissioners, any other questions, comments on this presentation? We didn't have action, but I think I'm hearing a lot of direction. Let me see if I can sum up or frame up what I'm hearing from different commissioners and how we could piece it together. County Manager Greer, as you're looking at kind of next steps, and really you need direction from the board, which was the original purpose of this and the strategic plan. So could we come back in a March or April timeframe, you tell me, with the options from a community development standpoint and economic development standpoint, what that area could be like, so a 1, 2, or 3. And then as part of that, of each one of those plans, an A, B, C, or whatever we want to say, course of action 1, 2, 3, that we would integrate a community survey in each piece of that, and that we would we'd include an infrastructure recommendation for each part of that. And I think that captures, I think that captures the discussion that I heard. So that gets the 1, 2, 3 from the vice chair. It gets the community side that was mentioned as well by a couple people, and it speaks to what Commissioner Adams talked to and the original intent of this at the strategic plan. Does that make sense, County Manager?
Yes, Chairman.
And then the direction that we would have is be able to give you, we want to go in this direction, and if there's any budget implementation, anything that's going to impact the budget, we'll have that in the decision cycle for feasibility studies or anything we need to do coming out of that the direction that the board wants to go. And it's forward movement and progress and not just a plan that sits on the shelf.
Gotcha.
April, okay. Commissioners, is that, I think I captured, everybody, Vice Chairman, I see your hand, I think that captures the spirit of what everybody was talking about. Vice Chairman Jones?
Yes, I was just going to say thank you. That definitely sums it up. Great way to frame that up. I didn't get a chance to lower my hand, but I'm definitely in agreement.
Okay.
And I appreciate you having everybody's viewpoint being listed in that. Thank you.
Okay. County Manager, you have what you need? All right. Thank you. Thank you, Ty, for teeing that up the right way for us and presenting it, and we look forward to, we know infrastructure is a big piece of it, but there's another community development piece of this as well. We'll go ahead and move to, actually, board, we are at an hour and 30 minutes. I want to be respectful. If we need to take a break, board, we can take a break. If not, we'll continue moving forward. I'll look to the board for your direction. Are we comfortable to keep moving, or we want a 5-minute break? 10-minute break. Comfortable to keep moving? I want to be respectful of people's. All right, we'll go ahead and keep moving. Without that, we'll go ahead and move to, I just wanted to make Michael Gibson wait a little longer. We'll go ahead and move to item D. Fayetteville Cumberland Parks and Rec Master Plan Update. County Manager Greer.
Yes, I'll turn this over to Michael Gibson, Director of Parks and Recreation. Michael.
It's on the screen. It's on the screen. It's the top one.
Hello, commissioners and chairman. The last time I was here, we wanted to have a quick conversation about the master plan and some updates and how we manage it, how we deal with it from a citizen standpoint, making sure that we're receptive to the livability of this community. You can see here it's a 10-year plan. It was adopted in 2020, November 16th by the county. It was a joint plan at the time. Spring Lake was even involved in it, even though they weren't involved in the district. But on the city side, they wanted to make sure that we didn't leave them out. Here you can see a quick rundown of the area or the vastness of what we maintain over a recreation and parks environment. and it's growing even more now. So, but this gives you a quick overview. The tennis court that will go up here pretty soon. The sports complex, once that's done, that'll increase this acreage. We're doing some stuff with Cedar Creek, so that acreage will go up. Once we finish up some of the other bond projects, that acreage will go up. So the amount is growing. This gives you a sort of a look at how we cover the county from a recreation center standpoint. One of the biggest things I try to make sure people understand is the radius that we try to make sure that people in an urban environment have access to, and then from a rural environment, what that radius looks like. And you can see on your map how we sort of cover the county, and you can see where some of the spots are a little bit vaster, but that's closing up a little bit. Same thing here with the parks that we have, and then the pool coverage, the aquatic area that we have, and how we do the 6 mile radius for the pools, and then the parks and the urban environment are still 1.5. This is one of the documents that I hold dear. When people ask me a question, they say, "Well, Mike, what you doing? Why you doing what you doing?" So this is one of the main things that I pay close attention to, because it manages the parks and recreation behavior, and how we manage things. And sometimes now, I wanted to see, we do get off of it a little bit when you have that explosion in a particular environment, just like we have with pickleball, and how that just sort of exploded across the country, and we behaved as we should have to try to make sure that we met the need, even though it may not have been at the top of the list. So, but this is what we do. This is how we manage, based on that survey that went through the master plan and how we positioned ourselves. Here is that broken down from a park standpoint, for a youth standpoint, to an adult standpoint, and what they thought was important in their lives at the time. And we've managed to meet some of these needs for over the last 20 years, and made sure that people had access to what they thought their recreational environment should look like. Here we go. Now, let me go back one. This is the action plan. If you go back and look in the master plan, once the architects of it, or the consultants that we had, once they go through it, then they say, okay, based on what we've heard, based on what the surveys say, here is the action plan that you should have and you should govern yourself by when you're talking about the capital improvement, and what you're doing as far as land acquisition. And you can see from here, parkland acquisition was one of the goals, in that land, level of service, and then improvement and expansion of existing. And you can see where we sort of increased. We did a lease agreement with the Jordan Soccer Complex, did the same thing with Lake Rim with the North Carolina Wildlife. Spring Lake came in. MacArthur Road is going to come on board pretty soon. We did some work with Bethany and improving their park that they had out there at the time. And then you can see the indoor space we added through the bond referendum. And then with the Orange Street School, that was a joint project between the city and the county.
And state.
Sir, yes, sir, the state too. But you can see how when they gave us the action plan, how we tried to implement it when opportunities arose throughout the county. Same thing over here, the action plan for implementation again. You can see what the goals were and what we did to increase the fees, especially with our part-time people, to making sure that we had enough staff doing our robust parts of the season, to make that livable wage when they're out there working with us, and then researching one of the biggest things about the Festival Park, to do more programming there for the citizens of this county. Same thing here, and this is one, and the reason that you see this here is because we use this. I think they call it like a 1, 2, 3 survey. I think that's how they call it. But what it does is it gives you real-time information when staff is doing something. We use it in our leaf season. So if somebody goes by residents and they pick up some leaves in front of their house, they mash a button once they've done it, and it populates. Well, we're going to implement this with our recreational staff when they're out mowing fields, doing work at a rec center or wherever they're at, so that we can get real-time information and we can track. The other thing that we're doing is working with Faith on making sure that the district communities have access to our CityWorks so that they can put in a work order, and that work order is automatically generated and we automatically get it. So that's sort of a real-time information. And then the inventory management system. But the basic thing is to make sure that that tracking system, so that we can make sure that our customers understand and we can track that information. Here with this one, making sure that people have a quality for recreational services, filling in some of the gaps when we developed Rehab Bethany, Cedar Creek, we're having conversations with them, and that'll be coming to commissioners to see where that goes. The Falcon, adding the jurisdiction there, the North Carolina Wildlife, and Rhodes Pond. So we'll see where that goes up, and then adding Spring Lake to the deck, and then some additional land over there at Wade. This is just the interjudicial agreement, and mainly we have such a great opportunity when we work with the seamless environment that we have now with recreation, and then we have it with the school system. I was looking at what came out from the school system just a few days ago, and how we manage those agreements and it's what I call extending taxpayer dollars. So it's going to be so interesting as we move forward, because we've been blessed in this community to be able to save funds where the school system allows us to use their facilities once they're finished with the school day, because we deal with the same customer. At 3:30 or 4 o'clock when they're finished school, normally the kids either walk home or they catch a bus close, and those are our same recreational customers, and we're allowed to use those facilities. So this is a uniqueness to this community that we've been blessed to have, and had a great relationship from superintendent to Board of Education to county commissioners to city council, elected officials. That agreement has stood the test of time, and we've been able to massage it to a great degree, and it extends our dollars, that we don't have to go out and buy different parkland, recreational land. We've been good stewards of that money and that behavior. This is another one I wanted to talk about, to just give you a little glimpse of it, is our greenways plan, and having that walkability in this community, whether it's in the district or it's in the city. We are feverishly working on this. It was a tremendous thing when the commissioners did the funding for the greenways plan that leads us out to Arnett Park. We're going to start working on those once that money becomes available, so that we can continue to have these shovel-ready projects. Once they get these shovel-ready projects, then they're easily funded when they're ready to go. And this is just a couple of other trails that we're working on now within the community in our state-funded fundings. I think that's it.
County Manager Greer, anything to add before I open it up to commissioners?
Nothing else to add, Chairman.
Commissioners, I understood it. Commissioners, I would just...
You got a child, that's
You're right.
Now the growing.
Commissioners, I would just ask, I know we're having a lot of conversations around different things in Parks and Rec as it relates to the interlocal agreement with the city of Fayetteville. I would ask that we just try to steer, even though interlocal agreement's on the master plan, I'd ask that we steer our questions on the master plan, or we could have Director Gibson here for a couple hours.
Yeah.
And I'll open it up for questions. Commissioner Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Gibson, thank you for that thorough presentation. And one of the things that I really kind of caught on to was you talking about the service implementation through your dashboard. Now, I'm going to brag on our county staff here for a second because we love a dashboard around here. And they've done a great job at developing some dashboards for us from our budgeting department, from our capital improvement. So what I'd like to know is, as y'all look to implement that, is that something you could provide to our folks with IT so it can be included on our website as well?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I think that would be a good tool to have, Mr.
No problem. None whatsoever.
Anything else?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Vice Chairman Jones, you're recognized. If we could take down the slide so we could see Vice Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is this, I get this from the community a lot. Areas of service including, how do you all decide? I know that you've already answered my question, but just for the listening audience, I know that you stated, for those that may or may not have seen the last meeting, I know that Lake Rim, which is West Fayetteville, you all do anticipate, I guess, on the running trail, increasing that. But I've been getting a lot of questions too, no doubt, some recreation centers. And so with that master plan, how are you all determining which areas get what? A lot of community members, for instance, over the river are in need of, or they have a concern of, will they be getting a recreation center, since we are talking about the master plan. That's been a big question that I continuously have been asked. You know, the pool did get built a couple of years ago on Lake Rim, but just that, speaking of master plan, how will you all determine what area will be the next recreation center, as those over the East River continuously do ask?
Well, in the master plan, it did identify an area on Cumberland Road where it showed a lack of recreational services or recreation center in the master plan. And that was supposed to be, and if you go in, you can see it, that was supposed to be a joint recreation center design. Because when you go down Cumberland Road, if you're going toward Hope Mills or you're going toward Hope Mills Road, the left half, which is the Crystal Spring area, is in the county, and the right half is in the city. So through that master plan, that was sort of a desert environment that did not have a rec center, that had six elementary schools within a 5-mile radius of one another. Now that the report that just came out with the school system, that may change now. So there would be an adjustment that I would probably make sure that I have with Faith, to make sure that if that changes and the county commissioners and the school board do something different, or they take on those suggestions, then we would have to adjust what that behavior looks like. As far as east of the river, there was no recreation center. They were more of green space and community parks, and we're moving in that direction, as the master plan has said, to make sure that they have access to green space and recreational amenities, but it did not call for a rec center.
Just one more follow-up.
Go ahead.
So, in regard to over at the Cumberland area, since you all have identified that there's a need there in this master plan, is there any approximation date, again, because when you're talking to, when we're talking to our community, they understand and respect these meetings, they understand you have to meet with engineers, but they just really want us to basic bottom line it, meaning give them a projected date, like, is it going to be 2027 or 2026? They like to just allow us to do the operational procedures of the business and be able to talk to them layman's term of just everyday talk. So now that that's been identified, Cumberland area, what anticipation, I know that that might change, as you stated, based on the school system, thank you for that education, might change things, but in the event, if it did not, what's a projected year? I know you can't give specific dates, that you all would be looking to see about possibility plans for something like that to happen for when we're talking to our everyday, citizens in the community that aren't doing the business of the recreation, and they just want to know, when can we anticipate hopefully something in our area to give them a simple answer?
Well, what Michael Gibson's job would be to do is sit down with Faith and sort of point those out from a CIP, and then say, if there are funds, and same thing with Jody Phelps on the city side, and say, here's what the recreational needs are, here's where I would like to do things, but then the funding has to come, and then there has to be a meeting of the minds. But Michael Gibson couldn't give you a date as to when we would build a recreation center on Cumberland Road.
Oh, no, not a date, but I'm saying if funds were there, would you all be anticipating 2 years from now, 3, or there's no fundings available to even say what year? That's the kind of questions, when I'm talking to someone out in the community, they don't expect me to say, oh, it's going to happen April 2026, but they would like to know, if you all have fundings, Commissioner Jones, and you find fundings, can we anticipate on Cumberland side in our community, would that be something that's going to happen in 2 years or 3 years? Those type of answers realistically are everyday questions that we get from the citizens. They don't expect me to say, it's going to be done in 6 months, but they would like to know, if I'm saying your area has been designated, of which you just stated,
Yep.
and then if they say to me, well, if fundings are there, can you all tell us projectively, does that mean 3 years from now, 4 years? Those kind of everyday, realistic community questions.
Well, there's going to be a strategic plan meeting with the county commissioners. The city council has had theirs a week ago. Recreation is always at the top of their list for quality of life. The best that I could tell you what I would do is sort of push my way into the county's strategic plan and then develop that model so that we can have those 2-year, 3-year, 4-year, 5-year plans. But for me to say that we would do it in 2 or 3 years would be very presumptuous of me. I couldn't give you that right now.
Thank you. That's fine, and thank you. Yes, I look forward to us getting to that part. So then when we are in the implementation of our strategic planning with that, then we'll be able to tell the community, again, we can't give dates, but I guess once we get that part done, we can projectively say, hopefully in a couple of years, because that's another one of the frustrations and irritations from the community. When they ask us a question, they don't expect dates, but they want us to be able to at least say, within the next 4 or 5 years, and they get irritated by that. They get it, they're intelligent. I think we don't sometimes give our community as much credit. They know how policy and procedures takes time, but a lot of times, not even being able to say 6 years or 7 can be very frustrating for the community. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vice Chairman. I'll go ahead and move to, I lost it, Commissioner Patel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, just a quick question. Mr. Gibson, once the interlocal agreement's completed, what's the timeline for the new master plan to get started working on? I think, because we'll probably see some operational and changes.
I would say that we probably would come back in 28 and say, commissioners, council members, we need to go ahead and maybe put that RFP out and have that based on the conversation, and then the year 29, start the process. And let me tell you now, if you want to start early, we can start early.
I'm not against that.
Anything else? Commissioners, any other questions? 2 quick questions. Do we do collaboration, coordination with Hope Mills when we look at a county-wide kind of level on master plan? So they have their own Parks and Rec department. Do we do a look at a global county-wide picture?
The last time, no, sir.
Okay. Would be our intent to look at it this time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Last question is, when we look at the master plan, is there a subset of this master plan that speaks to the county district that you provide a
Yes.
service?
Oh, yeah.
There's a subset of the master plan that shows us that?
Yeah, if you look inside, it has the listing of everything because it's a thick book. When you go in, it tells us where we should be putting parks in the district. That's why we are doing what we're doing now.
So if we could, we don't need to brief it, we just need it sent to us, Assistant County Manager, or County Manager Greer, if we can get team just to send the district-specific master plan so that we understand that path and are updated on that piece as we're continuing these conversations. All right, Commissioners, I think that's it. That's everybody's questions. Director Gibson, thank you for your time.
thank
Thank
y'all.
you for the update.
Yes, sir.
We look forward to further conversations as we move forward.
All right.
We're going to move to item E, Cumberland County Fire Chiefs Association Mobile Incident Command Post Modernization. County Manager Greer.
Yes, as we talk about a new incident command center, we need to modernize our current one. Gary Crumpler, Emergency Services Director, will present this item along with Gary Brock, Vice President of the Fire Chief Association, and Chief Peter Dan.
Thank you.
Beaver Dam, he started yesterday to get here. We have.
Commissioners, I just want to remind you, we haven't even approved the agenda yet. As we're moving forward, so just continue, ask you to be mindful as we move forward.
All right. Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Afternoon.
Pleasure to be before you today to discuss modernization of our existing mobile command post. At the last agenda session, we presented before you ideas for the new command post, but also reaffirmed our thought process in it being necessary to keep two command posts, at least two command posts in the county, with the need to upkeep and modernize, or the potential need to upgrade and modernize the existing command posts. So pleasure to have Vice President of the Fire Chiefs Association with us today. He'll talk a little bit about this project and what the Fire Chiefs Association needs out of this modernization project.
Thank you, Gary, Commissioners, and County Management. I was here last week, and this was the first time that I had opportunity, well, not opportunity, but the time I was here present. And it was very eye-opening, and so I'll be amiss if I didn't take this time as a Cumberland County resident to thank the Commissioners and the County Management and the staff that you have for being here in the leadership and the management of the funds and assets of Cumberland County. Makes me proud to say that I'm a resident of Cumberland County and call it home. So from a heartfelt, I say thank you to the Commissioners and you to the County Manager and your staff that work. It's a very complex what I saw, so it's very eye-opening. In reference to being here today again, I want to go back just a little bit about and kind of bring it to where we are today. You know, Cumberland County is subject to all types of weather conditions, disasters, and hazardous incidents that can impact the entire community and population in a matter of minutes, and it could last days, hours, and weeks. And we experienced that during the disaster response of 2016 and 2018 with Hurricane Matthew and Florence. And emergency management struggled during that tremendously with operation out of the old EOC. And Cumberland County learned a lot from these two incidents. With planning, support, and funding, emergency management is now proudly operating in a state-of-the-art facility, and that has enhanced the overall operations of the county and serving the community. And with the approval of the emergency management being able to purchase a new state-of-the-art command post, no doubt it will be an outstanding asset for the community. With the delivery being 2 years out, we at the Cumberland County Chiefs Association has the current command facility, and we'll continue to respond to any request here in Cumberland County and beyond if needed. And so we're here today with the Cumberland County Chiefs Association requesting that you would invest up to $500,000 for us to update our existing unit to the technologies that will possibly be in the new command center here. So again, we request that you would look at that. And Vice Chair Jones mentioned the fact that she did see a need for a second unit because, again, Cumberland County is 685 square miles that we are protecting through Cumberland County. And the population is going to continue to grow. And over to 2025, there were 69,783 dispatches for fire and EMS services. So again, with those numbers that we see, we know that they will increase. And again, any moment in time, this command unit could be deployed for any operations. And just recently, if you were down last week, we were down Ramsey Street, couldn't get down Ramsey Street because of the fire that the city was working, and that command center was there for a little over 48 hours. So there is a great need in that. So again, we, as on behalf of the county, Cumberland County Chiefs Association, we would ask that you would fund the modernization of our current unit so that we'll be able to continue to serve our communities. And I think you may have a packet that in your agenda that Freddie Johnson had sent out, and a couple of five of those talking points that we covered. But again, thank you for the opportunity, and again, from a heartfelt individual, thank you for what you do and how you manage the complexity of these meetings and supporting all the divisions here in Cumberland County. So my hat's off to all of you for a job well done. Thank you.
You may want to stay right there, Director. We'll go ahead and open it up for questions. Thank you for your brief presentation. It is appreciated based on the previous presentations. I'll open it up for questions from the commissioners. Commissioner Tyson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did have the opportunity to meet with the Chiefs Association's Executive Committee. I was invited to that to be briefed on.
Give me one second. I'm sorry. Okay, there we go. Thank you. Go ahead. Sorry. I want to make sure we can see Vice Chairwoman.
No problem, Mr. Chairman. To be kind of briefed on this, and the Vice Chairwoman's concerns that she raised at the last agenda session were something that were taken very seriously by the association. You have units that are down. You have units that may be deployed to other events, and the need to have a backup unit functioning and in good working order is paramount. I know just this week, for example, this unit was dispatched to a large major structure fire incident that was happening, and it was deployed, I think, for almost 2 days. Isn't that right, Chief? So I think this is a good investment that we can make. This unit provides a lot of capability. I know the new one will as well, but having two solid, strong supporting units is something that I think this county should look seriously at, and I'm in support of this item, Mr. Chair.
Commissioners, other questions, comments? Commissioner Patel, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chief, for the presentation. And just to echo Commissioner Tyson's sentiments, I truly believe this is a necessary step for our public safety, especially given the timeline of almost 2 years to get the new unit here and ready and in place. So I think it's a great idea and opportunity for the community. And Chief, I do have one question. This is the only mobile command center that we've got regionally, correct?
Yes, sir. It's the only one that's operating in Cumberland County at this time.
Okay, thank you.
And if Fort Bragg would need to utilize the services of it, it's also available for anyone in the county.
Anything else, Commissioner Besser? Vice Chairman Jones, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. He actually answered my question I was going to ask in the event, since we are large military base, would they have utilization to it if needed? And I just want to also state I'm definitely in agreement with both Commissioner Patel and Commissioner Tyson, and I'm glad to see our responders moving forward in this direction. I'm definitely in support, as our first priority is always that of making sure we have what we need to keep our community safe. He answered my question I was going to ask in regards to Fort Bragg was in need of it, as we do have a lot of military in our community.
Thank you, Vice Chairman. Thank you, Vice Chairman. Commissioners, any other questions? County Manager Greer, coming out of the Finance Committee, because this was heard in Finance, there's a question around the funding of this, and you would come back and give a recommendation on if it was funded, where that funding would come from.
We currently have enough freed up capacity, general fund freed up capacity that we can fund this amount of money.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, other questions or comments? I can entertain a motion if we want to make a motion, or we can look for direction.
I have a motion, Mr. Chairman.
County Manager Greer, did you have something for
We're
me?
going to have to bring it back because we need a budget amendment to bring it back to the Monday meeting.
For
approval.
Freed up capacity.
Freed up capacity.
I have to bring a budget ordinance.
I have to bring a budget ordinance.
But we can, if we want to direct you, we can direct you that. We understand we'll have to have a budget amendment, of course. But, all right, so Commissioner Tyson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I make a motion that we approve a grant of $500,000 to the Cumberland County Fire Chiefs Association to support the CCFCA Mobile Command Incident post-modernization, and that we direct that funding be allocated from our freed up capacity funding, and that the county manager bring that to our Monday evening meeting with the budget ordinance amendment.
Second. We've got a motion. Did you catch who seconded that?
Yes.
Commissioner Adams?
Thank you.
We've got a motion to approve a grant of $500,000 to the Cumberland County Fire Chiefs Association in support of the Mobile Incident Command post-modernization, to bring it back to the Board of Commissioners meeting on Monday, the 16th, February 16th. It's been properly seconded. Are there any discussions or comments on the motion? And we will do a hand vote for this because it's not loaded in the agenda. So hearing no comments or questions, actually, Vice Chairman, do you have a question or comment on the motion, or are you voting?
No, that was my vote, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I was raising my hand for my vote.
All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous.
All right. County Manager, you have what direction you need? All right. Thank you to you both for the information, and thank you for all the work that you guys do every day on behalf of the county. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
Board, we are at the 3 p.m. mark. We've been here for 2 hours. Just want to check everybody's comfort level and if they'd like to take a 10-minute break. We'd like to take a 10-minute break. All right, at this time, we're going to go ahead and take a 10-minute recess break, and we'll be back at 3:15. We're at recess, and the mics will stay hot. Are the mics staying hot or not? The mics will be hot.
All mics are hot.
Pattern is clear.
All mics are hot.
Is today actually your birthday?
Tomorrow.
Are you 30 yet?
Yeah, 35. Man, we're gonna be here for a while. We're gonna be here for a while.
Could be the worst.
Very good. This is what I was showing Bobby. Hey, Rick.
What you like?
I'm loading them up, so I'm trying to keep them in a good, happy, so I just go through, how to replenish where I see it needs to be replenished.
I didn't have to do the secret teas, one of their favorite candies or not.
Actually, I do, I don't know, Mr. Adams has almond joy, Starburst, and the third, peanut butter. Debbie Air Church, candy person, Mr. Patel, somewhat, candy person. Commissioner, Barry, Mr. Adams, but they like cupcakes, because they prefer that kind, like cups, cupcakes. But actually,
How are you? How's the drive? He's my kind of guy.
No, because it's on my Never not in a hurry when I push it off.
Never not in a hurry. It doesn't matter if you have plenty of time. You can be there. You can be there, yes. Yeah.
That's good.
Good. Dr. Clay, is that on? Actually, about 1 o'clock.
I'm trying. No, that would be funny if we could put it in and take it off. That'd be hilarious.
Hey, thanks for having me. Sorry, yeah, 2 weeks in a row, I don't know what that's about. We got too many committees. I want to show that hand. I'd say probably participated, but do the,
Yes. With some yeah, I've seen that. We're gonna make that yours now.
I'll take it.
I mean, that's a good one.
That's pretty
Yeah. And it's the guy who's been
Oh, that was a real, this is just a filter.
Yeah, that's awesome. We're gonna take, I forgot I had a couple already. It's fine.
How are you doing? Good to see you as well. They doing all right? All settled in? Settled in?
I heard the ribbon cutting goes really well. Yeah, it was so good.
So they fix it?
Oh, yeah, they're all around that side. I'll talk. It was good.
Yeah, hopefully. Yeah, that's right. Sorry, y'all. What I want to do is make sure I redraw.
Commissioner Patel, did you have a cupcake yet?
No, not yet.
Yeah, you can get by with this today. We won't tell them. Just don't do it on camera.
That's a good cupcake. It's a
Find your big news.
I'm not prepped. I mean, he and I texted her.
Well, I mean, we discussed all of those things. I could look at it. It's pretty clear now that
Well, and look, yeah.
They didn't do it yet. I'm trying.
It's a slow charge, it's only up to 20%. It's been running, but check it out.
My evening job is I'm a character witness for divorce.
You might know one time.
I've got one over here. Need it. Does that work?
Is it the little cell phone charger?
What's that?
It's like the little cell phone.
Oh, yeah.
That's a short link.
Hello?
This ain't.
Vice Chairman, we're coming back on in just a couple seconds. Board, we'll go ahead and come back here in about 15 seconds. All right, board, we are out of recess, and we'll go ahead and move forward. We are at the item 2, approval of the agenda. I'm trying. I knew this was going to be long. No, not yet. We've got some things we want to move around. Commissioner Faircloth, I appreciate it.
No, we may have some changes.
County Manager Greer, any changes for the agenda?
Yes, Chairman Debbie, 2 changes to the agenda. We would like to pull item 4A, Parks and Recreation Agreement Framework, and also pull item 4H on data centers.
Are we moving the Parks and Rec to, are you pulling it totally, or are you moving it?
We're moving it to a closed session discussion.
Not today, though, correct? Or you doing it today?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
Okay, Commissioners, any other changes to or additions to the agenda? So we're moving the data center discussion. I think the intent is to move that to a separate meeting.
Future meeting, right now tentatively scheduled for the 19th.
19th February in the end? Okay.
But we'll confirm that probably next week, by Monday.
So Commissioners, as we talked about previously on the data center discussion, we'd look to do that in a special meeting so that we can come back and have a little bit of time to walk through that and get some consensus around the board as direction on where staff should go as we're framing up our positions around data centers. Any other additions to the agenda or deletions?
No, Chairman Debbie.
County Manager Greer, if we could, and I'm sure it's in the interest of the Commissioners on other items, if we could just do a quick courthouse parking update, so we can just have an update on where we stand, it's been implemented, and if there's any questions from Commissioners, because I'm sure Commissioner Adams lives here and gets it more than I get it. So just if we can have an update on that, I'd like to add that, if the board's okay with that. So we'd add that into item 5A. All right, hearing no other additions or deletions, I'd entertain a motion to approve the agenda as adjusted. Commissioner Faircloth?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
We've got a motion to approve the agenda with the removal of the data center discussion, update of parking, update to parking at the courthouse, as well as the removal of the Parks and Rec discussion to attorney-client closed session. It's been properly seconded. Any comments or questions on the motion? Hearing none, let's see, I guess we can do that online. Hearing none, I'll ask for your vote. Madam Clerk, if you'll open the portal. Commissioners, you have 30 seconds to cast your vote. What just happened? Oh, there it is.
Unanimously approved.
All right, we'll go ahead and move forward to item 3, motion approval of the minutes from the January 15th, 26 meeting. Any discussions on that? I'd entertain a motion. Commissioner Adams, you're recognized.
Move that we approve the minutes, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
We've got a motion to approve the January 15th, 2026 agenda session minutes. Been properly seconded. Any discussion or comments on the motion? Hearing none, I will ask for your vote. Madam Clerk, if you'll open the voting portal, and you have 30 seconds to cast your vote.
Just 1 second.
Still learning the system.
Yes.
29, 28.
Mine didn't come up yet.
It hasn't come up yet. We'll just go
Okay,
ahead-
thank you.
We'll We'll go ahead and move forward. All in favor, raise your right hand. Vice Chairman, just aye. Vice Chairwoman, are you affirmative?
You can go ahead now. It's on now.
I was on
All
there.
right, go ahead and cast your vote in the portal then. Madam Clerk, just report the vote.
Waiting on one vote. It's unanimously approved.
All right. We'll go ahead and move to item 4, consideration of agenda items. We moved item A, so we'll go ahead and move to item B, 2026 FY27 Federal Legislative Agenda. County Manager Greer.
Yes, this is the opportunity to discuss the our federal legislative agenda. Assistant Manager Faith Phillips will present this item along with Ron Ham Consulting, and answering questions you may have. Right.
Thank you, County Manager Greer. Good afternoon, Chairman. Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
So each year, the Board of County Commissioners adopts a federal legislative agenda that guides federal advocacy efforts for the county. This agenda is used at many points, but also during the yearly National Association of Counties Legislative Conference, which includes meetings with our federal representatives in their offices. The agenda guides these conversations as Cumberland County priorities and needs are shared. Today, we are seeking your feedback on and approval of the 2026 fiscal year 2027 federal legislative agenda in advance of the 2026 NACO Legislative Conference, which will be held February 21st through 24th. Ron Ham of Ham Consulting Group is joining for this presentation virtually. Briefly, before presenting the legislative agenda items, I'd like to highlight how the agenda is developed. The draft federal legislative agenda presented in your packet is taken from the Board of Commissioners 2025 through 2028 strategic plan and the key priorities and initiatives identified within. Many of the goals are continued from the board's approved fiscal year 2025 or 2026 federal legislative agenda. Each year, department heads submit federal legislative priorities they have both in writing and in meetings with Ron and his team, which happened the first week of January this year. And then their suggestions and their needs are reviewed for inclusion into the draft framework. Feedback for this legislative agenda also comes from the Board of Commissioners Strategic Planning Retreat and updates that were provided therein. Finally, advocacy points in the agenda are separated into two categories: funding priorities and policy objectives. At this time, I'll turn it over to Ron to discuss specific initiatives.
Okay. Well, good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Happy to be with you again. I know I had a chance to be with you last month, I think, during your retreat. This really builds on some things we discussed at that point. We worked with Faith and the department heads and have been able to take what we heard and come back with recommendations that align with your priorities. Of course, those priorities have to marry up to the available federal funding sources, which are really two things. It's going to be the appropriations process, which last night I had the opportunity, I was at an event with Congressman Rouser and thanked them for the FY26 appropriation for the mobile command post, and he said, hey, I'm trying my best, and I'll try to get you more money for projects in the next round, which, believe it or not, is getting underway now. Been on the Hill most of this week. The appropriators were just saying, hey, we just got one big omnibus bill passed. It's time for us to get ready for submissions for member requests for FY27. That guidance should be coming down soon, within the next couple of weeks, from what we're hearing, from leadership in the House and in the Senate. In terms of funding priorities, water has continued to be something that we've lobbied for, I think, on the funding side as well as the policy side. And I will say, when it comes to water and sewer infrastructure, really NACO has been a big part of that from the programmatic piece, and we've partnered with them in advocating for some of the same things. One has been the reauthorization of the revolving fund, the state revolving fund, which is critical. I saw Ty pointed to that as a potential funding source when you talked about Shaw Heights. So again, that's important. There are a lot of people beating the drum for that to happen. So we'll watch that, but at the same time, we've had some success, or you've had some success, in securing federal funds through the appropriations process for water and sewer projects. in Cumberland County, and perhaps that is something that we'll look to do again this year. Those were two of the second one was the stream debris removal in terms of, what are some of the things that you can do to reduce your risk, to floods, and how can we fund those kinds of infrastructure for the county? So we'll be looking for potential funding opportunities. What I would say before we leave water, though, is that we did work with your staff to get 2 proposals before our congressional delegation. Actually, they were for the Water Resources Development Act. This is a water infrastructure bill that comes along every 2 years. So there were 2 projects that we put into consideration for that bill. I think the important thing to point out is that Mr. Rouser is on the Transportation Infrastructure Committee in the House. He's chair of the subcommittee on transportation and highways, but at the same time, this is a committee that oversees water infrastructure. So again, he can be influential there. His staff has both of these proposals, and actually they commented and said that we actually, from what they had received as of last week, we had the best presentation in terms of our project to them. So, kudos to your staff for giving us what we need to be able to develop, I think proposals that they're going to really take a look at. Those projects were the Overhills Park wastewater project, and then the Cape Fear River Lock and Dam number 3 project. So both of those were projects submitted for water. Let me just also be clear, the Water Resources Development Act is an authorization bill. So there are 2 things in Congress. You authorize a program, and then you have to go seek appropriations for those projects that are authorized. So what this would do would give us a chance to go seek funding through the Army Corps of Engineers for these projects. And typically it will allow, you can do bigger projects as you proceed through that process. But at the same time, we can be on a dual track where we're looking at authorization through the Water Resources Development Act, but we're also looking at appropriations and grants as well. So we're just trying to make sure we explore all options when it comes to water infrastructure in Cumberland County. Next slide. And of course, education was one that percolated to the top. Right now, I will tell you, we were very happy with what happened in the appropriations process related to labor, education, workforce this year. Of course, President Trump's budget pretty much decimated many of those programs, but Congress showed that it had the power of the purse. Many of these programs were not just held harmless, but in some cases there were increases in some of these programs. So I think that bodes well going into this year that the president signed this bill that actually had funding increases. Now his budget may come back and zero them out again this year probably, but at the same time, at the end of the day, Congress is going to make those decisions in terms of where they put those appropriations funds. So I say all that to say, we'll be advocating for programmatic funding throughout, for education, and we think that enough of the people in Congress are going to fight through the appropriations process to make sure that these programs are funded adequately for the fiscal year 2027. Of course, we've talked about the potential of funding sources for mental health and substance abuse. So we'll continue looking for funds for all of those things listed under enhancing health and wellness. And I think I heard some discussions around, the 911 mental health crisis response teams. There are projects that have been funded. I actually talked to a colleague 2 days ago. There was a project, and Kyle Leppard is a member of our team that supports you. And I think he had some success in another community in North Carolina to secure funds for a 911 integrated mental health crisis response project. So, we'll be on the lookout for funding in those areas as well. Next slide.
And if I can jump in for our ensuring a safe.
Can we go back one slide?
Sure.
Because that slide's different than the one we got in here, because I may not need that question. That's the one on education, so that's.
Go back one. There you go.
That one. Okay, so that high performance, that's different than what we have in what we have.
So
I just need to read it.
Oh, okay.
Because it's different than the one we have. Okay, so I don't need that, Mr. K. I'm good. Thank you.
Go ahead.
So go into the.
You can go ahead and continue.
Okay, so going
The slide was a little bit different than what we had in our packet.
there were some collaborative updates that happened from that, so I do apologize about that.
It's fine.
With the Safe Community, based upon the Finance Committee and the actions there from the freed up capacity for the funding for a mobile incident command unit, we may have to or may need to remove this from the agenda. Just wanted to add that before Ron goes into the housing stability.
Okay. And of course, and I think that is the one where there is $994,000 pending for that project, correct, Faith?
Yes, correct.
Yep. Okay, yep. And thanks for coming up to advocate for that last year. It actually paid off, so thanks for doing that. In terms of housing stability, housing is a critical issue, bipartisan issue here in Congress. I think both sides have realized we have to do something with to make housing more affordable as well as produce more housing. And so what has happened here, just I think it was Monday, there was a housing bill, and I'll send a memo with some details, but bottom line is they passed a major bipartisan housing bill. I think over 300 people voted for the bill. It passed in the House. Now they have to negotiate with the Senate on this bill, but it also reauthorizes the CDBG program. There are incentives and programs, I think, grants for affordable housing. So that'll be something that we've had an eye on, that we've been watching, and there is a lot of satisfaction in Washington that, you know, there's something that people can coalesce around, whether you're Republican or Democrat, to address the nation's housing problem. So I will send a memo in detail. As a matter of fact, it's in draft form now, but I'll finalize it and get it to your staff in terms of where that is. Now, again, there will have to be negotiations with the Senate, which had its own version of the bill, but I think, again, there'll be, and that was bipartisan too, so we'll be watching that. I'm not sure when the Senate will take it up, but with the House moving as quickly as they did on this one, I would think, we would hope that would be soon, and there will be some programs and opportunities and incentives through that bill to help the housing issue. Next slide.
So now we are transitioning to our policy objectives.
Yep. So, yeah, most of the stuff we talked about, of course, was funding. Now we get into something that that you've been advocating for, and we have for quite some time, and that's been the proposed I-685 route through Cumberland County. I know typically we've talked a lot with Senator Tillis's office about this. He said, yeah, I've worked on this, but, you know, make sure you're working with the state to try to get this figured out. So what I would say on that, probably will need to provide some updates, if any, in terms of where it is, and perhaps to look at how they can be more helpful on that. But there was always support on the federal side. It's sort of like we do what we do here, and then there has to be some meeting of the mind with the state in terms of advancing this. Second piece, which I think here in health and wellness, of course, this was impacted in a major way by the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. What I would say on that is there would need to be perhaps some modifications to some of the things that are coming out of that to bring some relief to counties in terms of dealing with WIC and even SNAP and TANF and those things. So there's been some talk. I haven't seen any specific legislation, but I know there's been some talk throughout Congress that there will need to be some things that will need to be done to make sure that those adverse impacts are not, are not as bad as we hope they would be. The other is they still need to pass the farm bill. They've extended that year after year after year. There's a proposal out now legislatively for the farm bill. And I think that's important because that is where some of the issues around SNAP that were impacted by One Big Beautiful Bill, they could actually be corrected or modified through the passage of a farm bill. So there is interest, and the farm bill was something that was really always bipartisan. It would get moved, but lately, I'll be honest with you, everything in Congress has been very, very partisan, as you may see from the news, with the exception of the housing piece again. So, we'll continue to watch where that is, but we've asked our members to support advancing a farm bill that really strengthens, deals with food insecurity, and of course, military families that you have there in the region. I think we will sort of key on that as one of the major reasons to make sure that gets passed. Older Americans Act and Elder Justice Act, there are proposals to reauthorize those, both of those bills. Basically what happens is when you don't reauthorize, you can still appropriate, but the problem with that is it's not consistent. You may appropriate, but someone could then come in and say, well, there's not authorization, we shouldn't fund this. So there are some things that will need to be done to protect seniors, to make sure that they get the services that they need. So again, that's a policy issue. And I would say all of these are issues that are supported by ACO, and even we go beyond that. Even the National League of Cities, the U.S. Conference of Mayors, and then other nonprofits are supportive of these issues that are stated under health and wellness on your agenda. And the other here going down, I know your staff had talked about unfunded mandates that could result from the ADA accessible digital communications requirements that are upon us, and a deadline that's 2 months away or less than 2 months away. So if they're going to impose this on you, is there a possibility for funding? There's not been any necessarily specific accounts set aside for that. I think everyone's sort of pounding the drum and say, hey, here's an unfunded mandate. Can you do something for us to help us to alleviate the financial problems that could arise, the financial burden that could arise from this? So that's something that we'll continue to push for here in Washington as well. Next slide.
That is actually the end of our agenda slides. Thank you, Ron, for that. And just to provide a little bit of context, the agenda in your packet is the agenda that we are seeking guidance and approval on. The slides that we did were for kind of visual representation, and there might be some differences in the wording that we can always address.
And I try to go as fast as I could because you've had a long meeting, so.
Anything else to add? This is County Manager Phillips for
Thank you for your consideration of the federal legislative agenda.
So
thank you.
Would the intent be to take some of the language from the slides and move it to the document?
Yes, sir.
That's what would come before us Monday night. So what we see on the slide deck is what we're going to see in the actual document.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We can make those updates.
Okay. Commissioners, I'll open up for questions or comments. Anyone? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion. Commissioner Faircloth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This time I would move to consider the 2026 fiscal year 2027 federal legislative agenda and approve placing the 2026 fiscal year 2027 federal legislative agenda on the consent agenda for the February 16, 2026 regular meeting of the Board of Commissioners.
We've got a motion to approve the federal legislative agenda and move it to the consent agenda on February 16th regular board meeting. It's been seconded. Are there questions or comments on the motion? Commissioner Adams.
Just as that's for the slide deck and not what we have.
With the adjusted language.
For the adjusted language that was in the slide deck, because it had the impact aid and stuff.
I think staff, when we see it uploaded, it'll be the new language.
This document will have the updated language.
With the updated language. Commissioner Patel. Any other questions or comments? Thank you for clarifying that. All right, hearing none, Madam Clerk, I'll entertain your vote. Madam Clerk, if you'll open the voting portal. Commissioners, you have a minute to vote. Madam Clerk, report the vote.
Unanimously approved.
All right, thank you to you both for the work, and I know y'all will be working hard on the halls of DC here in a couple weeks.
And I'll just say one thing since I have you. It just appeared to me that there is going to be a shutdown of DHS. The Senate, it was just blocked about an hour or two ago. So everything else is open, except for Homeland Security. So there will be a shutdown, which affects FEMA, TSA, and all of that. So that was just came across. So that's the latest update. So all the bills except for one has passed.
Thank you, and we'll go ahead and move forward to item C, execution of NCDOT continuing indemnity bond.
Yes, it's required that we have an indemnity bond to perform some installations of utilities. Amanda Lee, General Manager for Natural Resources, will present this item and answer any questions you may have. Amanda, good afternoon.
And Amanda, if you want, Ms. Lee, if you want us to, well, go ahead, I'll let you present. I was going to say there may not be any questions and we can move through the item.
Okay, well, this is just a bond so that we can
It's wrong kind.
perform utility work, specifically Grays Creek, Phase 1 and Contract 1 and Contract 2. And this bond is needed so that we can complete our encroachment agreement process. So we are asking that we can authorize the execution of the continuing indemnity bond. It's a $100,000 bond to allow us to perform the encroachment work and to approve this placement of this item as a consent agenda for the February 16, 2026 Board of Commissioners regular meeting.
Commissioners, questions on this item? County Manager, anything else to add?
Nothing else to add, Chairman Deviere.
Hearing no other comments, Commissioner Tyson, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I make a motion that we move to continuing indemnity bond form RW16B to allow Cumberland County to conduct necessary encroachment work within state right-of-way and approve placement of this item as a consent agenda item for the February 16, 2026 Board of Commissioners regular meeting.
Second.
Been a motion, been properly seconded to forward this item to the February 16th meeting on the consent agenda and approve the bond. It's been properly seconded. Any questions or comments on the motion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, if you'll open the portal. Commissioners, you have 30 seconds to vote. And Madam Clerk, if you'll call out the vote.
Unanimously approved.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. And we'll go ahead and move to item D, award a bid for Cliffdale Recreation Center generation installation.
Amanda Lee, General Manager for Natural Resources, will present this item and answer any questions you may have. Amanda?
Thank you, County Manager Greer. So we issued a formal bid solicitation for the installation of a standby generator at the Cliffdale Recreation Center. This is for shelter support, or we call it recovery shelter support. This project was advertised in October. Bids were opened on October 29th. And 3 bids were received. The lowest bid was received from J.L. Britt Electric in the amount of $237,000. And there was a alternate 1 bid in the amount of $23,700 for the owner's preferred Caterpillar generator option. And we are recommending the selection of alternate 1. With this bid award, because the county is going to be responsible for maintenance, and the county has several service contracts. It works closely with Gregory Poole, with Caterpillar Equipment, and the generators for the other shelters today are CAT generators as well. So this project is being funded through an emergency services grant through the Department of Public Safety in the amount of $236,830. The remaining funds are ARPA funds for the shelter generator projects. And with this, we're asking to award the Cliffdale Recreation Center generator installation to J.L. Britt Electric in the amount of $260,700, which includes the base bid and alternate 1. For the owner's preferred Caterpillar generator. We're asking that you authorize staff to negotiate and prepare a contract for execution to be presented at a future board meeting. And we're asking that the approved item be placed as an item of consent on the February 16, 2026 Board of Commissioners regular meeting agenda. And with that, I'll be glad to answer any questions.
County Manager, anything else to add?
Nothing else to add, Chairman Deviere.
Commissioners, questions, comments? Commissioner Fairclough, you recognize.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, I just heard you say something. I think I missed it if it was in the narrative. How much was the grant for this project?
The grant for this project, which is included in the budget revision number 260048.
Is that in my packet somewhere?
Yes.
I didn't see the budget.
Funding for this.
Which, okay, there are 3 PDFs.
Which one is, I don't know which one is, but it's grant funding, it's in the
In the first one? Okay. Okay, all right. The question was, okay, how much of that was the grant? I'm sorry, 200 and what?
$236,830.
236.8. And how was the balance to be paid?
The balance is to be paid from the line from remaining funds in the ARPA, where the other generators were procured for the schools.
And that amount would be 23,200? Okay, my question is this, can that be paid for with recreation tax money?
I can't answer that.
Somebody?
We have to research that. I don't want to say right now. Well, I have to research that and bring it back.
Okay, just a curious question. I don't know, that would save maybe some of that general fund money.
If county manager or somebody could, I think clarification of where the dollars are coming from. So I think it's a grant plus freed up capacity or previous ARP allocation.
Okay.
So they're not general funds.
And the rest of that question was, can we pay for it out of recreation tax?
Yeah, gotcha.
Yes, sir. The freed capacity portion is, the board previously approved funding for emergency generators for emergency shelters, and so that balance of what's remaining there is being reallocated for this. There's no new funds being appropriated from any other sources or unallocated.
Good to know, but that still doesn't answer my question.
County manager.
Which question? The one regarding?
The question is, can it be recreation tax money that pays this $24,000?
I need to research that and bring it back. That's what I was responding to.
I understand. I got you're tracking. Thank you.
Commissioners, other questions? Commissioner Tyson, your recommendation.
So, Mr. Chairman, if we look to take action, because I certainly don't want to slow this process down, but certainly agree with Commissioner Fairclaw's sentiments about reviewing the alternate funding source. Would it be possible, as we look to make this motion, to provide our county manager with some direction that if we can use the recreation tax money, that could be the source of it, so we can keep this item moving?
County Manager Greer.
If we find out that we can use the Parks and Rec tax, we can reimburse the general fund for that money.
Well, it would go back to freed up capacity dollars.
Right. But freed up capacity is in the general fund, so it will go back to that.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, sir.
If I may, another alternate would be just to accept the base bid to keep the project moving forward. And we can look for alternate funding sources, potentially for the generator.
Okay.
For the Caterpillar generator.
Commissioner Adams.
I guess my question would be, this is the Cliffdale Rec Center, which is not out in the taxing area of the district. So I would think that this would be inside the city of Fayetteville and that's why we went with the freed up capacity money, because it's not in that district. That would be, because Cliffdale clearly sits within the city and not in any of those taxing districts.
Commissioner, and I see our emergency management director, and I have a feeling he's going to tell us this is an emergency management thing, not a Parks and Rec thing. So this is to ensure that we can have a shelter at the facility.
So, that's correct, Chairman.
I was trying to get there. I was trying to be respectful and everybody get their time.
Yep. One other thing I will say is that we're up against a tight timeline for this, for potentially losing that funding. The reason, and just to give a little bit of background, is, whenever we lost 71st as a shelter location, we had to make up that capacity somehow. So, which is why the Board of Commissioners previously approved Westover Recreation. Cliffdale is probably maybe 3 or 4 miles away from it. So we took that to combine to make up that capacity for losing 71st as a shelter.
So it's more of an emergency management function than a Parks and Rec facility piece?
That's correct.
Commissioner Patel?
I'm ready to make a motion, Chairman.
Any other questions before we move to a motion? Vice Chairman Jones, I see your hand. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm glad that he mentioned that point. I just want to make that statement, being that my residents out here in West Fayetteville, and to include myself, we would appreciate being able to move forward with this, having that location at Cliffdale if possible. I'm sure that for emergency reasons, those that live out in West Fayetteville would appreciate that, to include myself. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you,
Since we did lose we lost the one in 71st.
Thank you, Vice Chairman. Any other questions or comments? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and entertain a motion. Commissioner Patel.
Thank you, Chairman. At this time, I'll go ahead and make a motion that, one, we award the Cliffdale Recreation Center generator installation bid to JL Britt Electric, Inc. in the amount of $260,700, which includes the base bid and alternate number one for the owner's preferred Caterpillar generator equipment. Two, authorize staff to negotiate and prepare a contract for execution to be presented at a future board meeting upon pre-audit and legal certification. And three, this approved item be placed as an item of consent on the February 16, 2026 Board of Commissioners regular meeting agenda.
Second. We've got a motion to move the award forward as presented, authorize staff to negotiate, and to move it to an item of consent on the February 16th Board of Commissioners meeting. It's been seconded. Any discussion or comments on that motion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, if you'll open the voting portal. Commissioners, you have 30 seconds to cast your vote. Madam Clerk, if you'll report the vote when it's ready.
Unanimously approved.
Thank you both. We'll go ahead and move to item E, tax reevaluation. And we're not talking about tax reevaluation, we're talking about the period by which we do tax reevaluation. I just want to
Yes, Chairman, we're going to talk about the period by which we do the perform the tax reevaluation. Joe Utley, Tax Administrator, will present options for the board to consider and answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. This afternoon, I'm going to provide a presentation on the cost of outsourcing the revaluation to an outside appraisal firm. And additionally, I want to discuss the revaluation cycle. This slide represents an overview of what I wanted to talk about today. This presentation was requested by the Board of Commissioners to determine the cost of privatizing or outsourcing the octennial revaluation. North Carolina General Statute 105-299 does give the Board of Commissioners the authority to employ firms having expertise in the duties of the assessor to assist the assessor in the performance of his duties. The Board of Commissioners has done this previously over the years, but it's been for much smaller projects. Certainly nothing along the lines of a revaluation. In conjunction today with this decision, or with this conversation, then I would like to be able to talk about the revaluation cycle and have it considered. At the direction of the Board of Commissioners, a statement of work was issued. In that cover letter, I made it specific that it was requested by the county board. I also made it clear that the statement of work was a solicitation of a cost estimate only and not a promise of an actual contract, and the respondees did understand that. A statement of work is not as detailed or specific as a request for proposal. We sent this out to 12 appraisal firms that are registered with the Department of Revenue. A general statute actually directs the Department of Revenue to maintain a register of firms that have expertise in the duties of the assessor. So in order to expedite it, we sent it to those 12 firms. 3 of the firms responded,
and there was some variance in the cost per parcel, with one of the variances being quite substantial, and we're going to talk about those next. This slide does show the cost per parcel for the 3 appraisal firms that responded. Appraisal firm 1, we look at the dollars per parcel, but that comes in about $2.4 million, and they are outside of North Carolina. Appraisal firm 2 is in North Carolina, but not in Cumberland County. It came in about $3 million. And appraisal firm 3, which is outside of North Carolina, they came in at a cost of $4.3 to $6.5 million. Appraisal firm 3 did include significant work that we did not request in the statement of work. They added a whole lot of different things in there that we could consider, but there's not anything that we requested. I think it's important to note that of the 3 appraisal firms, appraisal firm number 1, they're currently working revaluations in 3 counties in North Carolina, but all of those counties are less than 17,000 parcels. Appraisal firm 2 has completed or is currently working reappraisal projects in 5 counties in North Carolina, and all of those are less than 31,500 parcels. And as you can see noted here, Cumberland County has a little over 143,000. And I'll briefly mention that again as we go along in the presentation. And again, just as I mentioned, appraisal firm 3 did include a lot of information that we did not request. This slide is going to give you a little bit of a cost comparison of our past 2 revaluations and a projection for our next revaluation. In 2017, the cost was about $3.3 million to do the revaluation. In 2025, it jumped about $4.1 million, but as you can see here, we did a lot of different things that had not been done for the previous revaluation. We did implement a new tax software system that had a huge learning curve. Extensive overtime was needed in making that tax software system work, and also an extensive amount of overtime was needed for appeals. We contracted or we purchased a program called pitchtometry, which is high-resolution aerial images that has certain programs with it that we also purchased that allowed us to identify improvements in the county that had not been listed and allowed us to pinpoint where our resources go. So there was additional cost for that. In an effort to pick up those other items that were not listed, we did hire 3 data collectors they were hired on a permanent but 3-year limited time frame, and we did bring back 3 retirees. So there were a lot of things done in 2025 that bumped that cost up. Now, I put 2033 revaluation because that's technically when it's scheduled for right now. This would be the initial cost, $27.42, or about $3.9 million. I would tell you that that's on the upper end of the range. When we establishing these, the cost per parcel, we had 2026 was a budgeted year for the reval, which was kind of high because we still have 6 months, basically, we're cleaning up the revaluation. So there's lots of overtime, lots of appeals. But that was the number, and it's still not been finally set. We won't get the actual budget numbers till August. But I feel like that this figure right now, and then the next 7 years, is basically an estimate of what we think it will cost, but it's not in concrete. So I feel like that this price per parcel is the projected is the upper end of the range of what it would cost to do the next revaluation. These are some things that I think are important when we're considering outsourcing the revaluation. An outside appraisal firm is not going to have the expertise that our in-house staff will have. Our in-house staff are assigned, appraisers are assigned geographical areas. They get to know what's going on in their areas. They get to meet the builders, developers, local appraisers, and the public. And so that kind of gives them a feel for the market in those areas. while your outside firm will not necessarily have that. I also feel like that when you have an outside firm doing your revaluation, especially if they're out of state, the county could lose credibility for the reappraisal. While an in-house staff, people are more accepting, and I think they're able to build up a level of trust with the public that an outside firm may not have. In-house appraisers will also have difficulty defending values arrived at by an outside appraisal firm unless that part is also contracted out. So, of course, the revaluation itself that year, the appraisal firm would handle the appeals. Then the discussion would be, do you contract out the remaining years before the next reappraisal, or do you have in-house staff do it? The last bullet, the smaller counties are using the cost approach. I think that's important because in a previous slide we saw that a lot of appraisal firms that are doing complete revaluations for county are doing smaller counties. And the smaller counties have a tendency to use the cost approach a lot of times for budgetary reasons. It's easier to do, it's less complex, and appraisal firms are able to easier do that. We use the cost approach. We value all our residential properties using the cost approach, but that's not how we actually value them. We value them using the sales comparison approach, because that's how properties are bought. Residential properties are bought and sold based on the market. And so we want to use comparable sales in establishing that market value. I mean, you could use cost and go from a cost guide and do some adjustments, but to me, it's really not a true indicator of value like the sales comparison approach is. So I think that's important to realize that the size of our county, and you'll find that the larger counties also will use the sales comparison approach. A few other things to consider. An outside appraisal firm isn't going to have the buy-in of knowing they're going to be here for the long term like our staff. An outside appraisal firm, it's possible that they realize they're behind, or if they underbid the project, that they may take shortcuts. And there are cases where the county staffs have had to come in and complete some of the work even though they weren't involved in it to start with. The third bullet is extremely important, and I'll touch on that a little bit more. But if the county chooses to go with an outside firm, we will have to have a quality control team set up within our in-house staff to ensure accountability, to make sure our values, or the values they arrive at, are fair, accurate, and equitable. And even with going to an outside firm, the county tax office is still going to have to maintain an appraisal office to do annual appraisal work and to be available to the public. This slide is some things that I wanted you to consider from a tax administrator point of view. This last revaluation was in-house, and I was held accountable for those values as a tax administrator. If you outsource the revaluation, I'm still responsible and accountable for those values, and I have less control. I can't tell that firm when they're going to work, if they're going to work overtime and things like that. I just think that's something that needs to be considered, because it puts the tax administrator in a difficult position. And the second bullet there is that as tax administrator, when you do it in-house, you're better able to respond to issues. With an outside firm, you may not know there is an issue until it's too late and they've decided to share it with you. I wanted to mention those last few bullets that our staff that just completed the revaluation, I feel like did a very good job. And if you look at what our values did compared to what they did across the state, we did a good job. And that staff, there was 14 appraisal staff members, and only 2 of them came into the reval having revaluation experience. They had no experience with our new tax software system. But because we did it in-house, the next revaluation, we will have 12 staff members that not only have revaluation experience, but this will be their second go-around with the new tax software system. And I think if we go outside with the appraisal firm, we lose all of that we worked for, that we've lost. So this last slide, as I mentioned earlier, I did want to mention the revaluation cycle. making a decision regardless of how you decide or what you decide on outsourcing or in-house. The revaluation cycle needs to be established. If we do a 4-year cycle, that would be 2029, and which only allows the in-house staff 2 years and about 10 months to complete the reappraisal. If you go with an outside firm and give them 4 years to do it, then we've got to go through the RFP process. We've got to do a selection. It's got to get approved by the board. It's got to be budgeted, and it's got to be contracted, and I cannot see them starting for maybe even September or possibly even October because of how that gets stretched out. So there are some difficulties with going with a 4-year cycle. This is my recommendation, and I recommend to the board that we shift to a 6-year cycle and go at 2031, and then after that go to a 4-year cycle in 2035, because there are advantages to going to a 4-year cycle. I just think at this point we need that transition period of a 6-year cycle. And I also recommend to the board that our 6-year revaluation be completed by our in-house appraisal staff. They're very, I kind of say this in jest, when I became appraiser 30 years ago, if you could walk and talk and chew gum, you were doing good. But the appraisers today are very smart. These are college educated, they're very smart, they're very analytical, and they really, really know what they're doing, and they're a smart bunch of folks, and I would hate to lose some of that. Should you change the cycle, and I think that's a big thing for today, there has to be a resolution voted on and approved by the board to change that cycle, and then that has to go to the Department of Revenue, notifying them that the board wants to change the revaluation cycle for the county. So that's all I have before I lose my voice, and so I bet I will open it up for questions.
County Manager Greer, anything before I open it up for questions to the commissioners?
I'd just like to add that I think the General Assembly is considering legislation around property taxes, the valuation, and the cycle. I think I joined Joe with the 6-year recommendation, but again, the General Assembly may have some different thoughts, and that may change. So,
Commissioners, I'll open it up for questions or comments. Commissioner Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Manager, I know from talking with a lot of our constituents, there was a lot of sticker shock that they had from this last reevaluation cycle. And so I know there's been a lot of discussion, at least among the constituents I've spoken with, about shortening the cycle. I think this is a good thing that gives us more of a pulse on the market. One question that I do have, with your recommendation, I know you had mentioned if we went to a 4-year cycle, there would need to be some additional staffing changes made, and that we would have to determine that at a later date. Can you give us just kind of a wag on what we're looking at in terms of budgetary implications if we went to the 4? I know you've given it to us in the past, but just refresh our memory.
All right.
Go ahead.
Okay. If we were to go to a 4-year cycle, at whatever point, there would be, I believe there would be additional staff required. I know the other presentation, I don't recall at this point really what I recommended at that time, but we would need additional staff because it now becomes full-time, and it takes those people away from doing the regular appraisal duties. So it would require additional staff, but I could not tell you right offhand a budgeted amount or how many or anything like that.
County Manager Greer.
If I remember correctly, it was somewhere between 6 and 10 staff, and then the additional operational costs, probably somewhere close to almost $1 million, but we'll firm that number up. You always have the ability, if you decide to go with a 6-year cycle, you always have the ability to reduce that cycle. The only caveat is that if you go 4-year cycle, you don't have the ability to go longer. So you always have the ability to reduce the cycle if you go 6. Additionally, if values get stretched out get far apart, the state will require you to immediately do a revaluation. So I think think the state had been on our case about that, for lack of a better term. We had already scheduled, we had the revaluation scheduled, so it was able to continue a schedule. But if we were in the same predicament as we were a couple of years ago, I could envision us having to do it earlier. Even if we selected a 6-year cycle, we would probably have to go from immediate cycle if the values were that far apart from each other.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners, other questions, comments? Commissioner Fairclough.
In connection with what the county manager just said, it's kind of my anecdotal thought that these values slipped up on us a lot, because just knowing from what I know in the community, most of the increase to me seemed to be after COVID. After COVID, there was a housing shortage and things just went up. And it just seemed like from 23 through 24 is where most of these values shot up. Does your thinking concur with that at all, Joe? Or I don't put you on the spot. That's just what I think about being in the community.
People talk about the 8-year cycle being very long and how these values increase, but we did a reval in 2017. If we'd have done a 4-year, that would have been 2021. I don't think that you would have seen a lot of increase.
You wouldn't have seen anything.
Then the 25 would have been basically 21, 22, 23, and 24. And that's where all the increase took place. And so I think we would have still solved that. And you can go down the road and 2035, it may be something similar.
Yeah.
You do it in 4 years, but all that growth may be in those 4 years. And so you can't really control that.
Yeah. Well, that was my anecdotal thinking, and you just kind of confirmed it to me. Thank you so much.
Anything else, Commissioner Fairclough? Vice Chairman Jones, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, my question is for the manager. I know he stated that in the event that it's elected to go for the 6 years, that can be changed. My question is, he was stating that that can always go down, it just can't go up if you pick the 4. But if you do pick the 6 years, does that cycle of 6 years have to be completely completed and then be changed to lower, or can it just be changed at any time, like such within a year? How does that work?
You can always change, if we would select, or the board would select a 6-year cycle, you can always change and make a change to a 4-year cycle within that time period of time. You can't change the cycle or either, let me slow down, or you can actually perform the revaluation at an earlier date before the 6-year cycle. The only issue is you can't lengthen the cycle after you determine there's 6 years. So you can always perform it earlier. It doesn't have to be 4 years. You can even do it after 2 years. And the state may require that you do it after 2 years if the values get so far apart. But you can't change it to a longer period of time after you select 6 years.
All right, thank you, because that's what I wanted, a little bit more detailed clarification on how the actual process would work. So thank you for that information. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, also.
Commissioner Patel, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Oley. So I definitely agree that we need to shorten the cycle. I think it brings the equity for all the taxpayers and more in line with market values. But I will say that one thing, listening to residents and explaining the process and knowing that we have over 143,000 parcels, I do believe keeping in-house, the process in-house, is a stronger option for our community and taxpayers. Because I don't want to say, I hate to say that, the term that I think many of us have probably heard, but drive-by appraisals and not looking at the properties. So it brings up a lot of opportunities, and I think we do a good job to your team, Mr. Utley, on allowing people to come back and kind of re-engage the tax office. But I will say I would be a proponent to keep it in-house. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioners, other questions before I go to round 2? Commissioner Tyson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just going to hone in on something the county manager said. So if he's saying we can adjust the policy downward, we can't go back up, Mr. Manager, would it be wiser to leave it at the 8 and then the board could just call for it early?
I would say we need to shorten it. I would say the recommendation going from 6 to 4 would be better. The last time we were at 8, the values went down, and then they started going up, and then you had a drastic change upward this last revaluation. And just speaking for myself and knowing what the tax office goes through, the complexity of trying to explain to someone why their taxes went up, I would like to do that on a more periodic basis where we can control it than being in the elevator and hearing after 8 years my house value is going up, because not everybody really understands it, and the feedback that we get is almost, we can control it better and control the values, long story short, and we have a shortened period of time. And I just feel like we can control revenues. You don't have these big spikes and spikes in people's values, and then having to make drastic, I don't want to say drastic, but to normalize the rate, having to make major cuts to normalize the rate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Patel, round 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make a quick note. County manager, correct me if I'm wrong, we don't control values, we just follow the process that the state puts in for valuation.
Yes, we don't control the values at all.
Thank you.
Trust me, if I could, I would. But we don't control the values. It's all the state does a valuation, and then the market determines the values.
Anything else, Commissioner Patel? Vice Chairman Jones, you're recognized for round 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this 6 years that we're hearing this being discussed, is that being made from our tax eternal department? Is that their recommendation? That's what I'd like to know. Are they recommending the 6 years?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's what I want to know.
Commissioners, any other questions? A couple questions from the chair. Thank you for the update. We appreciate you bringing it back to the board. Just curious, are there any pros to outsourcing? Because everything you showed us was a con. So are there any pros to outsourcing?
You go ahead, Joe.
All right. I think it does take some of the burden off of your staff, as long as you can trust them that they're doing it right. And the reason I say that is because we have outsourced something as early as 2016, or as late as 2016. And it was a full-time job for quite a few of our staff to make sure that they were doing things the way that we wanted them done. So in my mind, there's not a lot of upside. I'm sure there may be something, but I don't see it.
And then the next question is, when we looked at the statement of work that we sent out for solicitation of cost estimate, not as a promise, why wouldn't we frame it in a way that it would show the amount of properties that a firm had done? So instead of we're getting responses from firms that had done 10,000 properties, we'd get responses from firms that had over 100,000.
I got that information. The information I got on the reevaluations that they've done and the size is the information that they provided me in their cover letters. Some provided references. The one did not provide a reference. We asked them specifically for a cost to do what they felt like they could do the revaluation. 2 chose to provide who they're actually doing revaluations for. 1 didn't. 1 is doing projects that for other counties, but that's a wide range of what's a project they're doing. So we left it up to them to provide the reference information. I think if that's what you're at, I'm not sure if I understand yet.
It would be established, and we sent out the statement of work. It would be establishing the criteria, so we would get the type of appraisers or the type of responses that would meet what we would look for in this, what I would call a qualified vendor. It's okay.
And we provided a 2-page document that said we do sales comparison approach, we do income approach, we do this, and that's what they responded
Yeah,
to.
no, it's okay. I was just saying to make sure that the firms had the experience doing over 100,000 parcels.
Okay.
It's okay. It's obvious we don't want to outsource, so I'll move off that. The next thing I'll ask is, County Manager, what is it's obvious we're going to move forward, so the next steps you will see, if we're going to move forward, we're going to give direction to move forward. So what are those steps, and when would there be an action of the board?
We would, if the board decided that we would do a 6-year revaluation, we have a resolution that we have to bring forward. How soon can we do that? March?
We can do it in March.
Yeah.
And it would just need to come as a consent agenda item to the board.
Yeah, consent agenda item to the board. And then we would get started, and have the dollar amount in the budget this year, because we would need to start planning for that 6-year cycle.
So the next steps is an initial resolution that the board would vote on. We'd look to do that in March, come back to us in March, and then come to one of the agendas in March, or one of the board meetings in March, and then that would start, once we approve that resolution, and start the process with the state. So before that, if that's the direction of the board, and before we move in that direction, I would like the cost of the 4-year. If you could send that to the board, just can come out to the board. I think it's important that when we do when we do presentations to the board, that we're armed with all the facts so that we can make the decision and not be guided to a decision. It's okay to have a recommendation, but I don't want to be guided to that. I want to have all the facts so we can evaluate it. So having that 4-year, I'm okay with 6 years, I'm okay, but I'd like to know the cost of the 4-year. Because quite frankly, if it was apples to apples, cost was not that much more, you may have some people that would lean to 4 years, and I don't feel like we got all the information, but I don't want to slow down the process. So we'll see where the motion goes, but I would ask for that 4-year cost.
Okay.
And I think it's been presented before. It was in I just don't have it in front of me, and I know it was presented before. County Manager Greer.
I think at the time, if we had decided to go 4 years, we had to make that decision at that time, because of we would have to start almost immediately on that 4-year cycle. But we'll provide that information so we can
just the cost.
The cost.
Just so that we have the cost number. That's all. Commissioner Patel.
Chairman, to your point, when we get the 4-year cost, is there a way that we could understand if we go ahead and move forward with the 6-year process and then ended up switching for some reason to do the evaluation in 4 years as almost a third cost? Would there be, what would it cost? Yes.
The transitional cost.
Maybe I don't understand, but if you decide today to go to a 6-year cycle, I don't think we can wait 2 years and say we're really going to do it in 4, because we should have started the 4 2 months ago.
No, I think and I don't want to speak for Commissioner Patel, but I think what he's saying is, based on the recommendation, we go to, in 31, we go to 6 years, in 35, we would go to 4 years. So if there's a transitional cost associated with that move, we'd like to know what that is.
Yes.
Okay. Vice Chairman Jones, you're recognized. Round 3.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have another request too of the staff. If possible, Joe, is there any way possible that, since we're talking 4 and 6 years, are there any counties that are similar to our size, preferably in the state of North Carolina, that are on a 4 or 6 year, just so we can see that a fluctuation, what the rates are, percentage-wise, high or low in those communities? In other words, compromise, well, I don't know if it's going to be Greensboro or what other areas. Are there other counties in North Carolina that are on 6 or 4? And if there are, I would like to see some of that data research, not to overwork you all too much, just so I can perhaps see, a percentage rate of benefits of how things wavered or went up and down. Do we have any counties already on a 6 or 4 rate? As far as the years.
So could we, Vice Chairman, understand the request. Could we bring that back when they bring back the resolution? Along with
Yes,
the
but
4-year?
I just would like to see that, because one thing about the 6, since he's stating we can go down, but the 4, we cannot. And just out of curiosity, research can sometimes help us maybe perhaps make a best wise decision for our community. So yes, I would like to see that, please, if possible.
So we'll tie that back to the 4-year cost when it's sent back out to us, we can send out that information as well.
Like the 4-year, and then one from a county that has 6,
Yeah.
since we're on the 8. That way we can do a comparison. Of course, counties that are compromisable to our sides. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments, commissioners? Commissioner Faircloth, you're recognized for a motion.
Before I make the motion, I want to be clear. I'm prepared to make a motion to go to the 6-year revaluation cycle, but then I'm confused by what you're talking about the 4-year cost and all. I don't need any of that, do I?
No.
Tonight? Okay, then, I move then to proceed with the 6-year revaluation for the next cycle to be conducted by in-house staff, and move this to the consent agenda for the February 16th, 2026 agenda.
You would need it you'd move the resolution back to us in March. Was that the ask?
Yes.
You want that part of the motion?
What's going to the consent agenda?
To proceed with the 6-year revaluation to be conducted by the in-house staff.
Is that what you need, County Manager?
Yeah, just the resolution.
So does the resolution come on Monday night's meeting, or does it come in March?
I can have it ready for Monday night's meeting if they can have it in the agenda and everything.
Yes, we can you write it up tomorrow? Let's just do March.
Okay.
I'm not going to make a motion about a resolution I haven't seen, so.
Yeah, let's do.
So move it to the March. It's your motion. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, you want to move this to the March agenda, not?
So they can bring the resolution at the same time would be what I would recommend. Because
Okay,
we're moving to proceed with a 6-year reevaluation.
Okay. What's the date in March?
March 3rd.
March 3rd is Monday morning.
2nd.
What?
March 2nd.
March 2nd is Monday morning, I'm sorry. March 3rd is Tuesday. All right, let me see if I can redo this. Okay, for the March 2nd. Okay, try again. I move that we proceed with a 6-year revaluation for the next cycle to be conducted by in-house staff, and that we move it to the consent agenda for the March 2nd, 2026 agenda.
Second.
We've got a motion to proceed with a 6-year reevaluation cycle, and it would be conducted by in-house staff. We'll move that to the consent agenda on March 2nd. It's been properly seconded. Any discussions or comments on the motion? Hearing none, I will ask the clerk to open the voting portal and ask commissioners to cast their vote.
I got to go out and come back in. Okay.
Go out and come back in. Go back out to your agenda and come back in.
Florida, they do it every year. They don't go to the whole room.
If you hit the e-vote.
Madam Clerk, will you tally the votes?
I'm missing one. There we are, unanimously approved.
All right. County Manager, does that give you what you need? And then just email out the additional information before the March meeting? All right. Thank you, Commissioner Faircloth. Sorry, we almost confused it. That's my apologies. We'll move to item F, approval to pay prior year invoices.
Yes, I turn this over to Robin Coons, Chief Financial Officer. We have some prior year invoices that we need to pay. And Robin will present this item and answer any questions you may have. Robin.
Good afternoon. I apologize, this was not on the Finance Committee agenda. it was due to the snow. The paperwork was here and I was not. So that's why it's being brought to the agenda session today, because I didn't want to hold off paying these folks another month. But as a custom, if we pay an invoice that's outside of the current fiscal year, we require board approval to do that. And so you'll see there is an amount of $837.35 to be paid on behalf of the Board of Elections for one invoice. There's two invoices to be paid on behalf of Financial Services for $121.52 to the Staples Company. And then the last one is Solid Waste. There are 4 invoices to the Lee Supply Company for a total of $7,564.40, and one invoice to Colonial Chemical Solutions for $3,412.68. So just asking for your approval to put this on your consent agenda for the Monday night meeting, please.
Commissioners, any questions on this item? County Manager Greer, anything to add? Commissioners, questions? I'll go ahead and entertain a motion at this time. Commissioner Adams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would make a motion to place this on the consent agenda for the regular February 16, 2026 meeting, where approval will be requested to pay prior year invoices totaling $837.35 for the Board of Elections, $121.52 for Financial Services, and $10,977.08 for Solid Waste.
Second motion.
Got a motion to approve the prior year invoices. It's been properly seconded. Any discussion or comments on the motion? Hearing none. Madam Clerk, if you'll open up the portal, and Commissioners, I'd ask you to cast your vote. You have 30 seconds. Madam Clerk, if you'll tally the vote.
Unanimously approved.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and move to item G, Crown Corridor Master Plan update. County Manager
Yes, at the January 2026 agenda session, you wanted an update on the Crown Corridor Master Plan, and if staff would have to procure services outside to provide the study. And talking with Robert Van Giens, he's able to do the study, so we don't have to procure outside services. And he would have something ready for us around the May timeline to present and discuss, so we can make sure that we have the opportunity to include any costs in our fiscal year 27 budget.
Commissioners, any questions on that item update?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner.
Is he charging us?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, I wanted to know.
Now, he's not
because it's not in here.
He's not charging us, but he will hire the person to do it.
Okay,
So it's like,
so
that's already.
So that comes back to us, or it just stays with him, I guess, is to be able to know the cost.
It'll probably come back to us, but I've talked to him that we need to hold the cost down.
We approved up to $50,000 for it that we authorized you to deal with. So you've put that out to Robert. He's going to manage that for us based on what we already paid him.
I just want everybody to be on one accord with it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for the clarification. County Manager, anything you need on that? Appreciate the update.
No, I don't.
So May time frame?
Yeah.
All right, we'll go ahead and move to item H has been moved to off the agenda, so we'll go ahead and move to item I, funding for mobile incident command post. County Manager Greer.
Yes, January 15th, 2026, we discussed the new funding for the new incident command post. Gary Crumpler, Emergency Services Director, will present this item, answer any questions you may have, and make a recommendation regarding the cost.
Good afternoon again.
Well, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So, as the county manager stated, on January the 15th, this item initially came before this board at the agenda session. It went to the subsequent finance committee meeting where there was some discussion had there. At that time, a motion was made to allocate funding to make up for what was not covered through the congressional spending bill. So we're here today to request approval or or seek your discussion amongst the full board for that funding. I think the motion that Commissioner Tyson made was $2,100,000 to cover the delta of that.
Anything else to add before I open it up for conversation, discussion?
No, sir.
So this goes back to the January 15th meeting where we had the conversation. It's gone through the Finance Committee now, and now it's back in front of us for discussion. Commissioners, I'll open it up for comments or discussion. Commissioner Tyson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just to kind of refresh everybody's memory on this, Gary, along with our Fire Chiefs Association president, had put together a working group to work on a new mobile command, unified command incident response vehicle, which was presented to this board at last month's agenda session. Right before that meeting, we had gotten word, and Director Crumpler had sent it to us, that Congress was going to appropriate the $994,595 towards the acquisition of a new response vehicle. So this funding, the working group came together, they had meetings over Christmas, over New Year's, that was of all of our first responder stakeholders. That included fire chiefs, sheriff's office, highway patrol, all the stakeholders in the region, to spec out a unified command response vehicle. And so this is the fruit of that that process. And so that item came back to us, and the delta that's going to be needed is going to be the $2,100,000 based on the estimate that we have in hand.
Commissioners, is there a question? Or
I just wanted to make sure we had the background from our last agenda session as a board.
Commissioners, any other questions or comments?
One thing to add, Chairman, staff has done the research and looked for that funding, and I have a draft budget amendment if the board so chooses.
You're making Ms. Shaw, ACM Shaw smile.
Sorry.
Hearing no other questions, I'll entertain a motion. Commissioner Tyson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I make a motion that we approve the allocation of funding up to $2,100,000 to fully fund a new mobile incident command vehicle and provide contingency for potential budgetary increases. I would also further move that the allocation comes from our unallocated ARP freed up general fund capacity, and that the balance of the funds is used to offset the $994,595 received from the FY26 House Commerce Justice Science Appropriations Bill, which is reimbursed budget.
Second.
And then, and that this item be placed on the February 16, 2026 Board of Commissioners regular meeting as a consent agenda item. Oh, I'm sorry. With budget amendment B260269. I apologize.
Second. I'm not going to repeat that motion, but we've got a motion to approve the allocation of $2.1 million for a new mobile incident command, along with the associated budget amendment, to come back before this board on the consent agenda on the February 16th meeting. It's been properly seconded. Are there any discussions or comments on that motion? Hearing none, I will ask the clerk to open up the voting portal, and commissioners, I'd ask you to cast your vote. You have 30 seconds. Madam Clerk, if you'll tally the votes.
Unanimously approved.
Thank you, Director Crumpler. We'll go ahead and move to item 5, just an update on the courthouse parking. County Manager Greer.
Yes, Commissioners, as we've gone through the allocation of parking spaces to employees and moving parking spaces across the street at the lot that we released from both the church and former Commissioner Keith. There have been some times that we've had to tow individuals for illegally parking. At times, some of those individuals have been jurors. In order to prevent some of the jurors, especially with high critical need trials, we are going to be working to try to allocate some spaces for jurors. It will be limited also still because we don't know how many jurors will be there on a daily basis, but for high-profile trials, we'll make sure that those jurors have spaces. We're also looking at other areas around the county, around this, around the building to probably lease additional spaces. And I'll bring that back to the board, hopefully in March, spaces that we can possibly lease. And take any questions you may have.
Commissioners, questions on the parking capacity around our courthouse? I know we're all getting questions about it. Commissioner Adams, you're recognized.
And we do, Mr. Chairman, and I still say that we do house the judiciary, but it is a county building, and we've got residents in this county who I come in here more than everybody else. I'm here about every day, and I see these people on wheelchairs and everything else trying to get you here too, trying to get into this building because I don't believe, and I don't have a problem if we want to do a space for the jurors, but it doesn't have to be up front. I mean, it doesn't have to take the prime up. We had, I think one time we talked about those first two levels were going to be for the public, and we made those jury, we can put them, yeah, they had cones in front of them, and they took those first two lines last week. And so there's enough space in the parking lot, because we moved out the probation and stuff, that we can put them over there, but they don't have to have that prime right up front when we've got citizens trying to get in here. I'm going to just tell you, we talk about taxes. These folk want to come up here and they want to pay their taxes and they want to get their receipt. Where's Joe at? Joe going already? They want to get their receipt in their hand. Not that they don't trust Joe, but they file their taxes. And so I think we've got to be cognizant of, and I do understand the people who work in this building, but they only work here because of these citizens that are here. And so we need to be cognizant of those citizens when we're trying to figure out where this space is. That's all. That's kind of.
Yeah, it was a couple of instances where parking signs were put up and allocated where I would say was the direction was misunderstood, and that caused that problem. I think we have that worked out in that situation resolved, but we're going to try to find some, I know we not try, but we will find some spots for jurors in the back lot. It won't be up front probably, but it'll be some space coordinated off for them, because I'm cognizant of the fact that, especially when you've been selected for a jury in a trial, the last thing you need to do is be worried about a parking space.
And so, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. So my thing is that because you call for jury duty or you actually own the jury? So those that are on the jury, I don't have a problem with. I mean, because that's, yeah, because. On the jury. Okay.
It's on the jury.
Okay.
If you call for jury duty, I think you just provide the public, so you need to find your space. But if you own the jury, we definitely need to make sure you're here because you're giving up your time to serve the public. And the last thing I want you to do is be trying to come and serve and you can't find a place to park. And
that's why I said we move it over a little bit, because last week, I think we had 3 juries up here. And so I don't know which ones you give the thing to. So if we move them over into a space that we actually know on that side, you can do it on the right side as you go out. I'm sorry, behind where what's called his house is. It's that whole space over there could be for the juror or wherever. But I leave that up to the manager. I just raised that for us to remember the public and the citizens.
I'll just add that I get the opportunity to ride up 5 floors, maybe really 6 every day. And if it's not parking, it's, I gotta pay my tax bill. So, trust me, if I can have a magic wand and solve both of them, I would. But, the jurors, I really have a concern about that. If you're on the jury, you can't find a parking space.
Commissioner Adams, anything else?
No, I just hope that ain't no Carolina blue downstairs when I come in here on that paint wall. But that's another question, Mr. Chairman. That's just another question, Mr. Chairman. That's kind of what it looks like.
I think we may have a majority vote there, Commissioner Adams.
That's kind of what it looked like. I don't know.
Commissioner Tyson, you recognize.
I agree with Commissioner, I agree with Commissioner Adams, and I'll just say this, I think it's a shame that we lost so much of our parking that we had in front of our facility here, and I've heard from a lot of residents that, you know, there is some interest in maybe looking at some sort of parking solution in that location, and I would be interested in having the county manager have a discussion about that to provide some relief to the folks that are coming here. And I would just add that to the conversation, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Patel, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with Commissioner Tyson. We get some options on the lot out front. The other thing, I don't know, Commissioner Adams, to your point, for the jurors, I respect everyone that gives their time off for our community. Would it be possible to give them temporary juror passes for their vehicles so that way if they're not in a spot?
That's one of the things we would like to do, but we also wanted to be able to park in a location where if I'm in the courtroom, I'm not worried about my parked car, where I have to go. I know where I'm going, and I'm designated as a juror.
I think the concern is if we've got the pass, right now folks are getting towed, and so if they've got a pass, at least it lets the towing company know, but George had to park somewhere.
The towing has happened because individuals that parked in the fire lane parked illegally. We haven't, if you parked in the wrong spot or something of that nature, we haven't bothered you. It's only when you park in the fire lane or park illegally, like right on the curb or something like that, that's when you get towed. And we are planning to put signage in the building and on the kiosk so everybody will know that can get you towed.
Commissioner Fairclough.
I think I was just going to echo what Commissioner Tyson said. We need some of that dirt out there. Whatever they can do to it, compact it to something, let's make some temporary parking there while we wait, if we can do that. You don't have to respond, I'm just echoing what he said.
Vice Chairman Jones, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You answered one of my questions, Mr. Greer, in regards to the signage. A lot of seniors are concerned because they're getting like $400 tickets for towing. They didn't realize or they couldn't see it. So I'm glad to see actions are going to be taken in regards to that. And my second point is this. It might be a consideration. I know we can't discuss it today, but the public has also been stating, of course, we had discussed having a governor's building before, but the fact that some services, such as taxes and other services that are in the building, if we had a governor's building, or even I keep hearing the public saying, services that they have to come to the courthouse for, since it's already parking issues, they would like for the county to take in consideration, since we don't have a governor's building, maybe some of those services like taxes or some of those other departments like domestic violence, when you have to do certain things, if that could not be in another building or area that the county owns, number one. That's been a lot of talk of input when I go to a lot of the community meetings, and that other conversation, I know again, at another time, as we know we're in a military town, and I get that a lot from veterans or individuals that are from other places but decide to stay here after being stationed here, that if we had a building for government type of services that don't, that's not related to that of having a court case. So just know that those are some of the concerns of our public, the community, having to go to the court to take care of business that they feel the county if we don't get a government building soon, maybe we wouldn't consider having that in a building that's not court-related, such as taxes. That's what I'm hearing from the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chairwoman. Commissioners, any other questions, comments? A couple questions from the chair. The signage, you spoke about signage in the building and in the kiosk. We have signage outside as well, so when a person parks, they know they can get towed. Is that out there now, an abundance of it?
Not an abundance of it, and that's one of the things we will have to do.
Okay. And then we can't address towing because state changed the law, but as far as no cap on towing, but I just want to make sure there's signage so people understand that they can be towed. And then back when we looked at this plan, there was a discussion around lighting and security or enforcement side based on well, I'm going to call them extra lots versus the other term we're using. So the 2 extra lots that we have, what's the timeline or the plan to get the lighting and the security side of it?
We've had some issues cost-wise with those, and contractually with the vendor. We've had to try to procure it in other means. When we thought we had a deal with the vendor, the cost was more exorbitant, and then we had to go to state contract, and the vendor was not responsive. So we're still working through that. I will have to bring that timeline back.
Is that the security or the lighting?
The lighting. The security, I think that'll be the 1st of March when we bring that forward. There's some, we need to discuss funding, but we'll bring that forward in March. Hopefully March 2nd.
Okay.
That's the first meeting, right? March 2nd.
So just in conversations, and I'm not here as much as Commissioner Adams, but I'm here a lot, but I wasn't here before, but it looks like we have about 690 spaces now based on the current footprint plus the extra lots that we have. Looking at spaces, not all of them are marked. Maybe we should add them marked, but there's roughly 690. Based on the numbers that I received that you did last time, plus an additional for jurors, you got about 620 need. So there's a delta of about 70. But what I understand, or what I see is back to the original cause of the problem Commissioner Faircloth talked about the tax side and the reevaluation. I think a lot of these lots that we have now put under contract to use are already kind of being used, and so we really didn't gain capacity. We still have, there's still a delta. Maybe some of it was being used. That's just an assumption, but that would, if we lost 200 slots, we've got an extra capacity now based on those numbers of 70. So you have about 130 slots that we still need to kind of, is maybe some of the pressure that we're seeing. That's just rough math. That's just me kind of looking at the situations and conversations with different people. So as we look at that additional capacity, hopefully we're looking in that 100 to 150 space as we begin to look at it. But that, I'm hopeful when we bring that back in March that it's an actionable item that we can produce some additional capacity here, or look at people like the LEC, which is doing some parking and making sure that they're potentially not in the 420 that are behind the courthouse. Anyway, those are my comments. So in March, let me just kind of frame this back up. So what we're looking at in March is you'll bring back the additional capacity, you'll bring back options for Gillespie Street lot, and the lighting option as well.
Yes.
Is that, Commissioner, I think that hits everybody's requests.
Yeah, that's
okay. That should just be direction when we're making the form motion. County Manager, that give you everything you need on that?
Yes, just need to see the numbers on the spaces.
And
that's 130, I just need to see that.
Which spaces?
You said it was a deficit of 130, I just need to see that. I need to see those numbers because I just need to verify so I can make sure I have the
And these
have the
are,
right
let me
capacity.
be clear, these are my swag, so 690 spaces available, 620 that we need for slots, and that's including some juror slots. So I'm getting a 70 number, and we lost 200 slots, so that's where I'm getting the 130 number. Again, it's just a swag to try to get at a capacity number.
Yeah, I just need to go through that.
Yep, that's important. All right, anything else on that item? We'll go ahead and move to item 6, monthly reports. County Manager Greer.
Yeah, I would, in the interest of time, Chairman, I would just ask in collective for the board, are there any questions on any of the reports, any of the monthly reports?
Commissioners, questions on the reports? Commissioner Faircloth, you recognize.
I just got one. Over on the general fund revenues, sales tax revised budget for 25-26, 81 million. Year-to-date actual unaudited actual as of December 31st. That seems a little low. I know there's a crazy way that they collect like 2 months here in arrears and stuff like that, but why is it that far down? It seemed like it should be a little stronger than what was showing there.
Robin Coontz, Chief Financial Officer, will discuss that.
You're on TV. Or something. Or we all.
Candy camera.
You want something?
Candy camera. Put it on the
Oh, wow.
They too young.
I don't know.
You know candy camera?
I had the same question when I looked at the report this month too, but so just going back with our staff, there is about $20 million of cash in our bank account that is a reconciling item related to sales tax because we haven't recorded it in the general ledger yet. There's a difference in how sales tax is done right now, and we're working through some of how to allocate that correctly. And so we know it's there, it's in our books, it's in our reconciliations, but you are correct. There's about $20 million more in sales tax that we have collected that is not on that report. But I promise you, it will be next month when you see it again.
Okay, we'll check it next month.
All right.
Thank you.
Yep.
Commissioners, other questions on the reports? Commissioners? Okay, we'll go ahead and move to item 7, Commissioner's request. Item A, school bonds. I'll go ahead and call on Commissioner Adams. You got 5 minutes to make your request.
Well, 5 minutes, okay. It's not really a request. I just want to put something out for us to be able to do. School board voted on there, and this has nothing to do with what they voted on. That's on them. However, the funding is us, and so looking at this, it's been close to 20-25 years since this county has done a school bond issue. I went and pulled some numbers. Wake County did one in 22, 530 million, 530.7 million. Then they did some, and I'm gonna ask the manager to kind of, not today, Mr. Chairman, but there's limited obligation bonds, and then there's the school bond referendum. And so at some point, if you can just kind of update us, I get enough just to be dangerous. But the LGC did approve Wake County for $704 million in limited obligation bond. Durham did one in 2022, $550 million. Gifford County, now I don't know what Gifford's doing up there in 2020. That's home for the manager and Ms. King. They did $300 million in 2020, and then in 2022 they did $1.7 billion of school bond issuance. Johnston County, which is right up the street, in 2022 did $177 million. Harnett County, which is right next door, in 2025 they didn't really do a formal bond issue. Their county commissioners kind of voted to do a bond, how they did it. But they did $80.57 million in bonds. I think that as we talk about financing this, that we need to think about a school bond issue. I think it's time for the school board to be bold, for this community to be bold, and for us to be bold and say, let's do this right. we don't need to piecemeal what we're doing out here with these school systems, with these schools. We can do it right. And I think that I would ask that, I guess my request would be for the manager, what is our debt model in terms of how much debt we can incur, whether we can do a $500, $700, or $1 billion bond issue, because I think that's where we need to go, and we need to do this thing right. I let the chairman of the school board know that I was going to talk about a school bond issue, Ms. Musgrave. I let the superintendent know. I didn't ask them for their input. I just said that we're going to put that out here. If they believe in it, they can sell it. I think, Marshall, you had just come off the school board. Rick Glazier, who was my law partner back then, led that charge with the community at large. If the community believes in it, it can happen. And so I think that's, so as we talk about it and we get into budget season, we ought to think about looking at some kind of bond, putting it on. I don't know if we got enough time in November to put it on or whatever, but I think we just need to do this right when we do it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So I think in our normal budget workshop that we're going to have at the end of the month, one of the things we already do, and we did it last cycle, first it's good to hear that you want to make an investment in education. That's important, and we should do that by all means at a bold level. In the budget workshop, we should be doing, which we did last year, we'd look at that debt model, and then we would give direction to the staff to be able to, look at the level of debt that we want to incur around the education side, and then based on either LOBs or GO bonds, depending on how we want to do it, then we get that feedback. If we want to do a voter referendum side, then that's a course we would go down. So I think the ask is something my understanding, County Manager Greer, we're going to do that in the budget workshop. We're going to talk a little bit about the debt model and get some direction on that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So,
And I don't have a problem with it, but I would like to come in March just to tell the difference between GO bonds for the education of the people in the community. So when we start getting into that budget and talking about that, that's just an informational type thing for the public to understand if we're going to start talking about bonds, because we get into that bond, when we get into budget season, then you got people asking all those questions, which some of that we could have cleared up a little bit ahead of time.
So
nothing definitive, but just education.
So the ask is then, board, to have a presentation on the types of bond, not about our debt model, because our debt model discussion happens in the budget cycle. And we talked a little bit about that last year because part of that debt model spoke to bonds, but it was more LOBs than it was anything else. So the ask is to look at a discussion, an overview on the type of bonds that counties can do with LOBs and GOs and just an educational process. Vice Chairman Jones, you have a question?
No, I have an input. Thank you, and I'm in agreement with Commissioner Adams. Also, I would state that, just to let you all know, I've been talking to, as far as the city and county liaison committee, I've been talking to Mayor Pro Tem Derek Thompson. We were discussing having an educational, one of the topics being about education, how the city and county help to collaborate. So perhaps at one of those city and county liaison meetings, I'll be discussing that with the committee overall, since I'm on that committee, that maybe we could have a guest to come in and speak about different types of school bonds at one of those liaison meetings. So just thank you all for the input. Just to give you a heads up, we will be having an educational special at one of those meetings, so perhaps we can tie that in at one of those meetings, is my input. Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chairwoman. So board, I think we've got consensus. March agenda session, we do an overview on bonds and as we're leaning into the budget cycle. Good consent on that? Anything else? Anything else on that? Hearing none. At this time, we'll go ahead into item 8, and I'll entertain a motion to move into closed session for attorney-client and real property. Commissioner Tyson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I make a motion that we move into closed session pursuant to NCGS 143-318-11A6. Attorney-client matter pursuant to NCGS 148-318.11A3. And real property acquisition pursuant to 143-318.11A5.
Second motion.
We've got a motion to go into closed session for attorney-client and real property acquisition. It's been properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion?
I guess as we do this, because Vice Chair is online, she can't be in the closed session meeting.
That's correct.
And, I don't know what the property acquisition is. If it's something that she's been a part of, I think that she ought to have the least opportunity to be in that meeting. So, Mr. Chairman, that's all I got. I don't know what the property acquisition is.
Mr. Chairman, let me clarify. The agenda says that there's also a personnel matter, and Commissioner Tyson included that as motion, but you're only referencing the attorney-client and real property. Is there a personnel matter too?
There's not a personnel matter, so just,
Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the personnel. It should just be attorney-client and real property.
Yeah, we're taking off the personnel.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. I was just making sure. I thought it was.
Any other questions or comments on the motion? All right, hearing none, I'll ask for your vote. Madam Clerk, if you open up the portal.
I don't have one. It didn't come up.
Hit Evo.
Mine just says, I don't have Evo. Mine just says lead the meeting. She put me out the meeting.
No, I didn't, I promise.
I guess I have to go back out. I have to go back out now. There you go.
Don't see that big red bar come up.
Madam Clerk,
Voting in favor, Vice Chairman Jones, Chairman Deviere, Commissioner Tyson, Commissioner Patel, and Commissioner Fairclough. Voting in opposition, Commissioner Adams.
and before we go into closed session, just a comment. One of the reasons is we've got outside personnel here for part of that discussion, and so rescheduling it when we thought everybody would be here is a little bit difficult. So at this time, we'll go ahead and move into closed session. Please prepare the room. At this time, I'll entertain a motion. Commissioner Tyson.
Make a motion to come out of closed session.
I need the reasons, please.
Oh.
Sorry. B.
Move to come out of closed session for attorney-client matter pursuant to NCGS 143-318.11A3 and real property acquisition pursuant to NCGS 143-318.11A5.
Second.
We got a motion to come out of closed second for attorney-client matters and real property acquisitions. Been seconded. Any discussion or comments on the motion? Hearing none. Are we online? All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous.
At this time, there are no actions for the board coming out of closed session and no further business come before this board. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second.
We've got a motion and seconded to adjourn. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous.
We're adjourned.